Hey, everybody. Going all gas, no brake. I'm John Camo. Some of you guys know me by my Twitter handle, Dixie Normus. We're back. We're back again. So we must be doing something right. We got 10 people watching us. My co-host, he's still here with me. It's Eric D. So while he brings himself up onto stage, everybody, go to your fridge. Grab your pricks and ciders. Pull up a chair. Text all the Cronks and tell them Canton Chronicle is live. Look at this. Got my new Canton Chronicle mug. So everything's doing great. And Eric, what's going on?
Hey, John, how you doing? Nice to be back.
Got my pricks and cider mug.
You got your pricks and cider mug. I like to see that. Very nice.
That's it.
Very nice.
Yeah. So before we start the show, we do have one thing that I'd like to acknowledge is two Cronks. I'd like to acknowledge two Cronks. I guess there was a standout today at the Canton Police Station.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
Yeah.
That's Nancy and Annie.
Nancy
I love
and
their
Annie.
shirts.
Nancy and Annie, thank you. Hats off to you guys. Thank you for being loyal Cronks.
I missed them today. I didn't get to stand out at the at Canton PD. Unfortunately I had a funeral to go to, and a shout out to my buddies Kevin Carpenito, otherwise known as Nito, and Aaron Poulin, whose mother passed away. That unfortunately it's a bad situation.
Do you want me to get John Conley to read it out?
I'm good. I'm good. But it was great to see them today, so it was awesome.
Yeah. So how old was the person?
I'm gonna guess in their mid-80s.
All right. Yeah.
Lived a good life. What a great woman. Fantastic woman.
Hopefully a good life. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. No, it was a celebration. It wasn't
good.
It was a good situation.
Yeah. So tonight, it's me and Eric. If someone pops in, they pop in. But right now, it's me and Eric. We have no guests scheduled, and it's something. So I went back through all of everything that I've recorded, that I've put together, and I put some things together in light of there's the next trial's coming up. So I figured let's look and help show some of the problem areas in witness testimony so that these witnesses can work on their lies. Work on their misremembering. Sorry. Their misremembering of some of the crucial facts that, happened. So I put together some stuff, and then while I was doing this, Microdots came out with, and it blows mine out of the water. I'm almost embarrassed to show some of mine, but it's footage that I've had in my phone. Pretty soon I'm going to have to get a new phone because I'm running out of storage. So we're going to start with who I think is one of the best witnesses in the trial. All right, and we're going to go from there. And everybody, just want to say, Eric, and let me know we. If anyone gives a super chat, we have a whole new super chat. I take a little bit from everybody's show. So, if something comes up, you'll be acknowledged when it comes up.
I'm kind of excited to see that first super chat.
So, anyways, let's start with some of the testimony.
Arrived at 34 Fairview.
Between 7 and 8 p.m.
Okay. So I'm going to be pausing this a lot, people. You're just going to have to bear with me. So she gets there at between 7 and 8. In her testimony, though, right here, she states Brian Sr. arrived home from New York with his friend, who she didn't know. The two were returning from New York, police officer's funeral, who was killed in line of duty. She stated Brian Sr., Nicole, and his friend left the house to go to a bar in Canton, but didn't know which one. Remember that. Brian Sr. and his buddy were in the house when she first got there. And then she says, look, when Brian Sr., Nicole, and Caitlin returned home, they were with a few friends. Right?
And what time was this, John?
So this is at 7. 8 o'clock. Right here. She got there around 7, 8 o'clock. Right? All right. So let's go. We'll see.
I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside. I want to say around 9:30, perhaps. We went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
Okay. You notice how he said Canton area?
Yeah.
Right? He said Canton area. He couldn't say that he was at his house. Couldn't say. See how vague he was? Right? Oh, look at that. Right off the bat, we do have a super chat. And
Here we go.
here we go. When anyone gives us a super chat. Here's the super chat. Thank you. I don't know how bad. I bet you no one will give us money. They're not going to want to listen to that laugh all night. All right. So
I love that laugh.
I do. Oh, okay. Here we go.
Following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text and we went to the Hillside.
After that couple hours or so, where did you go from there?
We went to another place in Canton called Hillside.
All right.
John, before we go too far,
Yeah.
Let's go back a second.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute, because
Did I miss this?
wait a minute. Wait a minute. That was for Coco. She just gave it.
Well, aren't we supposed to show what the super chat is?
We just did right there. $5, Coco. Thank you, Coco.
But it says
Right there.
All right, there you go. Do
All
it.
right. That
Do
one
it.
was for Coco.
What about
Oh,
the first super chat?
The first super chat was from, geez, this is why you're my sidekick. You're supposed to be doing this stuff.
Listen,
I'm the talent. I'm supposed to be the talent.
So that we're staying on track.
I'm supposed to be the talent. Now I'm scrolling all the way back up to Christine. There you go.
You are
Christine.
talented.
There's the from the UK. From the UK, no less.
There you go.
What time is it over there in the UK right now? All right. So everybody's at the Hillside. Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Richie Dontano, and Heather, and Nagel. They're all at the Hillside.
And what time are they there? What do you tell? This is
9.
8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 9. Oh, Katie. Katie noticed. You'll see very shortly. You'll see very shortly why I have this. It's coming up. Oh my God. So we got another one.
John, if you only had your Detroit Tigers hat on, I'd call you Tom Selleck.
Oh, Lizzie Bones. Think that one was for Lizzie. Oh Jesus. And of course I knew he would do this, H Rock dog.
Oh boy.
I created a monster. Oh my God. So we know now they're all up at the Hillside. All right. So let's go on.
When you arrive, who, if anyone, was in the house at Fairview when you got there?
It was
Folks at home, if you have a pen and paper, go get your pen and paper. You're going to need this. You're going to have to help me out with some of these things. I've written it down on the back of like 10 different pieces of mail and for all these people. And there's a couple things here that we're going to see that none of it makes sense by what everybody says. But here we go. So this is who's there when she gets there.
Brian Jr., Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert.
Right?
Yep.
Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert. Was that it? Huh? You help me out here?
Go back. Look at it again.
You help me out? You help me out here?
Yeah,
Supposed
well,
to help?
I'm listening.
All right.
House at Fairview when you got there.
It was Brian Jr., Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert.
There you go.
Okay. There you go.
So at some point, did his mother, Nicole Albert, his aunt and his sister leave the house?
Correct.
How long a period of time?
Did you guys hear that question? Did you hear that question from Lally? He asks if Caitlin, the mother, and Julie left the house. Lally even asks. Listen to this again.
So at some point, did his mother, Nicole Albert, his aunt and his sister leave the house?
His aunt and his sister.
How long a period of time was it from the time that you and Julie arrived to the time that Brian's mother, aunt, and sister left?
15
Mother,
to
aunt, and sister.
25 minutes, I would say.
Mother, aunt, and sister. He even asks it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what time it is. Sorry. I mean, it is what it
Don't
is.
be sorry. Don't
Thank
be
you,
sorry.
Kathy. I love that laugh. I hate the circumstances behind it, but I did think it was funny. So even Lally asks, in the question, he's got Caitlin in the house. Right?
Went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up. I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait. I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there. We were just gonna go to Waterfall.
Right.
I drove. Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece, and Brian did not end up coming with us.
My boyfriend Tristan and I went straight from Easton to the waterfall and actually got there before my mom and my aunt Julie. My mom and Julie ended up meeting us there, and that's when we sort of started just kind of like hanging out, ordering food, some drinks, and we were there for a little bit, just the four of us.
Someone's not telling the truth.
Yeah, well, it seems like somebody wasn't in the same spot as they were.
Somebody didn't do their homework. Somebody definitely did not do their homework. Because 3 out of the 4, and we're going to hear from this guy, short and junior, short and shiny over here. We're going to hear from this guy. He doesn't help the case either.
I went out and I met them for a drink.
I went out and I met them for a drink. Robo Tristan. I went out and met him for a drink. Tristan, where did you go?
Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Thanks, Tristan. Woo, smart one there. Right. So that's right off the bat. This isn't even. This is the first thing in the. This is still 9:00 in the evening.
It's early.
Right.
It hasn't even started snowing.
The case hasn't even started yet, and they can't get their story straight or misremembering. You know. Hold on. Here we
I'm
go.
with you.
Lizzie Bones.
How about that laugh?
Oh my God. Whew. All right. So it's already started. Here we go.
You saw Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. when you arrived, right?
Correct.
There you go. Under cross-examination, same thing. She saw them. So she's been consistent straight through. That's why I said she's right now, to me, she's one of the best witnesses out there.
Yeah, very straightforward. Absolutely.
Straightforward.
Answering the questions.
Yep. All right. So we'll keep on going.
And do you recall where you were or sort of who you were with when you first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house. After I drove Avery and Danielle home, I went somewhere else.
Okay. So we fast forward to 11:50-ish, okay? This is when we think that somewhere in the 11:50s is when Colin texts Colin texts Uber Alley, right? So Uber Alley's getting the text. She's driving everybody home, but then she went to a friend's house, right?
Yes.
Oh, jeez. One more minute. Hold on. H-Rock Doctor. You know what he wants. All right. So Uber Alley's got to go get Colin, right? Here we go. There it is. So if we are to believe their testimony, come get me now at 11:54. Yep, she saved the dog around 7, 8 o'clock. But yeah, whatever. She picked someone's dog up, brought it back. So 11:54, come get me. And she says, I'm driving people home right now at 11:55, right? We know one of the people that she was at was only a block away, but God forbid she picks them up and drives people home. I don't know. Maybe she's not allowed more than 2 people in the car at a time. I don't know. Snowstorm's coming, you know, making big money driving the Uber van.
12:06 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left that home circle, correct?
Correct.
There it is. So she leaves her house and she gets to 34 Fairview at 12:10. At least that's what time they're saying, right? You still with me there, Eric?
I'm with you.
Okay. All right.
I believe it was around midnight.
About how long a period of time was it from the time that you get the text from Colin to the time that you arrive in the area of Fairview?
I'm not sure.
From where you were coming from, as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how did you come?
I don't remember.
You want to take that one, Eric?
Where do you want me to take it?
Well, if she turned right into the driveway, she would have come from Cedar Crest.
Yeah.
If she turned left into the driveway, she would have come from Fairview.
Absolutely.
Is she saying she doesn't remember because she doesn't want to say where she was coming from? Does she really not remember? Because she remembers pulling out and going up the hill to go home. She knows how she pulled out of the driveway. She doesn't know how she got to the driveway.
Which, I hear you.
There's only 2 ways. It's a 50-50. How about this? Did you turn right into the driveway? Yeah. Well, then you probably came from Cedar Crest. Did you come down the hill and pull left into the driveway and tell them here?
I will agree, John, that on such a night where it's such a big event that has happened, the situation, that you've probably recalled these events so many times, you know exactly where you came from.
How about tell us what house you were at, and then we'll know how you got there.
Yeah, well, that too.
All right? Because people from Canton pretty much know what the most direct routes are to get to house.
Without ways.
Correct. All right, let's continue.
And what time is that video taken?
11:58.
So that would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the White Claw. You're about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And specifically, you're the one driving, is that correct?
Yes.
And who was in your car with you on the drive back to your house?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlin.
And about how far a drive is it from the waterfall to your house?
I would say 5 minutes.
He had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes. Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out.
I think he had a white Jeep, not a green Jeep. But you know what? You guys can tell, okay? This is my phone. I did this with a phone. I didn't do this with any big pro. I remember, I'm not microdots, okay?
John.
This is low budget.
Was that Jeep ever really there?
Well, we're going to get into that in a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Asking the question.
I know.
So I could pull my car in.
You arrived at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
Where in relation to the driveway was that you parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in, there was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
What type of vehicles and
Okay. Hypothetically, if she thinks that there was a car to her left,
Yeah.
well, so right now, the only one that was on her left ahead of her would have been Allie. Allie said she pulled in on the left, right, to get Colin.
Therefore, Allie would have been the second car on the left. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, yeah. And here's why. Because remember, Brian, his wife, and Caitlin see Colin when they go in the house. So that means their car's in the driveway. And he's got to go out. So if Allie's in the driveway on the left, she'd pull in behind them. So if Jen's saying possibly there's a car to her left, the only other person at this time would have been Allie.
What was Allie driving? Do you know?
No, of course not.
Okay.
What do you think? What do you think? I know the case. You know,
Yeah, like,
Jesus.
You're doing a podcast.
I don't know what she's driving, but I'll tell you what they had in their driveway right now. I won't tell you. Let's let Brian tell you what they had in their driveway.
And who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of, and I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. And I'm just trying to remember. It might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape.
In reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically be?
So now we hear from Coco. She's going to tell us the same thing.
Could have been 4. Let me think. I think 4. I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe.
Linda, what is the big deal about all these cars? Well, I'm getting
Great
to
question.
it.
Great question.
I'm getting to it. All right. So, and we'll put this out there. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, one of the 4 cars was with one of the kids at college or whatever. That still means they got 3 cars in the driveway, right? Because Brian Jr.'s home.
And don't forget, there's supposedly a Jeep with a plow on it in that.
And a Jeep with a plow. And a Jeep with a plow. Right?
Allegedly.
So Linda, you got to pay attention, because we have stuff coming down within the next couple minutes that will answer your question.
But that's a great question.
Chris Lee.
Yeah. Okay. So now we got to 12:13. Right? So if what everybody is saying is true up to this point, right? Uber Alley picked up Colin at 12:10, and she's already on her way back to Maple Street. Chris is about to leave the bar at almost 12:14, right, to walk home. Jen pulled into the driveway thinking there was a car next to her, maybe not, right? But she's in the second spot. And even according to Matt, she's on the left side. All right? So according to Matt, she's on the left side. No matter what, she's in the second spot in the driveway. Somebody's in front of her. Because you're going to remember that, too.
Right.
Leaves the bar at 12:13.
I'd say around 5 minutes, I think, from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. You're leaving the bar at like close to, 12:14, as indicated on the video. You're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
Drive is it from Fairview to Colin's new house?
7 minutes, 5 minutes.
what time it was that you got?
Not exactly. I would estimate a little bit before 12:30, around that time.
Okay. So if Allie left the house at 12:10 to drive Colin home, not Colin, Colin, and if it was me, and she went up, if she went up to Chapman Street, down past the past Canton Junction, she more than likely
From where, John? From where?
from Fairview. If Allie picked up Colin on Fairview, she would have gone, and she said she went up the hill to Chapman Street, and then she would have gone past Canton Junction, and then she would
right on the Chapman down to
right on Chapman,
way,
left fork, go past the junction.
Yep.
But she would have turned into the condo complex before she got to the lights at the library, and gone into the condo complex to drop him off. More than likely. Thus, she wouldn't have been seen on the library footage.
Right.
Okay? But when she left there to go home, she would have pulled out onto Washington Street, taken a left, and followed Washington straight up. And you would have seen her on there. And this is key, because if she said she picked him up at 12:10 and she got him over there at, say, 12:15, 12:16, this is about the same time that other people were seen traveling past the library, past the temple. And if the police had gotten a bigger chunk of the footage, even by 2 or 3 minutes, if what she said is true, they would have caught her Jeep on there, or whatever vehicle
So
she is.
they would have seen
Her.
Allie's vehicle go past the library as well.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, to go home, because she says she made it home by 12:30.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to follow.
And the temple, she would have. So the footage that they showed us of Karen leaving the bar, going past the library, and then past the temple on her way to 34 Fairview, right after they left the bar, within minutes, if what Allie is saying is the truth, they would have gotten Allie's vehicle too. But they had their blinders on.
John, I know this is off the beaten path, but why wouldn't, if they had Karen going past the temple, why do you think she didn't take the left onto Chapman to get to Fairview versus going down to Dedham to then go to Cedar Crest?
Oh.
I mean, I know that there's video that I believe there's video that shows that's the direction they came and all that. It just seems weird to me that they would have not taken a left on the Chapman.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to the show, Boozy.
Hi, Boozy.
Hi, Boozy. You missed all the super chats, by the way, Boozy. So there it is. There's the map of her leaving out and going home. It would have taken about 6 minutes to get home. But it would have been on the same cameras that they had Karen within like a minute or two. It would have been right there in all that footage.
Yeah.
Right? Just saying.
Allie would have had to leave Colin's house by 12:20 to make it home before 12:30, yet Colin did not arrive until after Chris was in bed.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:04 and 53 seconds, you arrived within that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then at 12:06 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left that home circle, correct?
Correct.
Where in relation to the house did you park?
I believe in the driveway on the left side.
People, everybody in this story parks on the left side of the driveway. I just want to, just giving that one away. Oh, here we go. H-Rock Doctor wants to know, where does Aaron Beatty Uber fit into this puzzle? I don't know, but since you did pay for it there, H-Rock Doctor, you do get the super chat.
Does he have an Uber receipt?
I know.
You got to come with the receipts there, my man.
Yeah. So here, that's another problem. Allie's is a problem. Her whole driving around Canton is a problem. It's a problem. I'm not saying she's lying. I'm saying it's a problem.
No, but what is the app that she had? Something Life 360 or something.
Life 360. On top of that, and I said it before. Her mother has her Life 360. She has her mother's, right?
Yep.
If her mother was coming from the bar to 34 Fairview and coming from Chapman down Fairview, and she picked up Colin and was going up Fairview to Chapman, those Life 360 circles should have crossed each other. It's the middle. It's 12:10 at night. Not a lot of vehicles on the on the road. I think I would know what my father's vehicle is if I passed him at night. If I was out going, oh my God, there goes Dad. Something like that. You know what your family's vehicles are.
Yeah, 100%, no question.
Yeah, but we'll keep going because I got more questions.
You leave from there. Where is it that you went?
His house and then my house.
How long a drive is it from Fairview to Colin's new house?
7 minutes, 5 minutes.
There it is, right there. So, like I said before, if you're looking at this picture, mind you, this picture is at 12:14, right? This video footage is only a couple minutes before she would have been driving from the right side of the screen to the left side through those lights after she picked him up.
It was a dangerous snowstorm, John.
It was dangerous. This is dangerous. And she was going 42 miles an hour. So here's the other thing. If you do the math, if she's going 42 miles an hour, Karen could have gotten home in just a couple minutes by that same token. If she went from Fairview up, however she went, it's just a mile and a half, 1.9 miles away.
Right, yeah.
If she's going 45, 47 miles an hour home, right, a little more experienced driver, let's say she had to go to the bathroom, so she was rushing home, right? She could have made that home in just a couple minutes.
2.5 minutes. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. We've all done it.
Especially in the conditions that we're looking at right now.
Yeah. It looks pretty good to me.
Where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
On the left. On the
And,
left. On the left.
Actually, there's two
Maybe
garage
they're-
doors on the house.
No,
There's
say the
one on
left.
one on
Say
the right.
left.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side of the driveway?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway's fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got you, Matt. Let me see here. Let me pull this up.
Google Earth there or something?
It's wide up here. It's not wide back here. And we know that because when she pulled in the morning, that's the left. I mean, that's the right. You know what I mean? It's like, that's as much as you get at the bottom end.
No, it definitely widens out at the
front,
at the garage doors.
At the garage.
There's extra space. You could probably put 3 wide. But
He
at
added
Woodbridge, you
stuff
can
he
only
didn't
put
need to add. Yeah. He added stuff he didn't need to add.
Maybe he was confused.
It widens up at the top, so she might have stayed in the middle or the left. I talk too much. I never shut up. That's me. Oh, wait, she's talking about Matt. She's talking about both of us. Let me back it up because I got to turn my heater off. My legs are burning. Hold on. I'll let it play.
The vehicle into the driveway.
And essentially, there's two garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side of the driveway?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway's fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle.
And the driveway at the house at Fairview essentially has 2 garage doors, is that correct?
Yes,
Sort of widens out as you get to the top, closer to the house?
yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was that you parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in, there was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
How would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you...
Okay. So now, we're at the point, everybody can tell, we're at the point that, yeah, she'd say I was a talker. Calm down there, H-Rock, before I give it up who you are. Yeah. We're at the point where apparently Allie's brought Colin home. Chris has walked home, right? Chris is in bed. Colin gave him a kiss. He's in bed. Allie's driving back to her house. All of these people have parked on the left side of the driveway, and they're now going in the house to a great time. All right?
I'm with you.
Huh. Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by.
Now, disclaimer. Yes, there's a Julie Nagel. But there was also a period of time when they said both Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and followed to Brian Albert's house in the early morning.
I agree. I see the statement there, John. I'm a believer that he's referring to Julie Nagel. I could be wrong, but I think he's referring to Julie Nagel.
You can think that. But like I said, this was a statement that was taken, right, by Yuri on, what was that? What's that date? When did he take this?
I don't see the date on there. Do you?
Don't. Does anyone know when
It does
Yuri...
say February 10th, 2022.
Oh, right there. Yeah, there it is. So on February 10th is when they interviewed Chris and Julie. And Chris and Julie said, so as I'm watching this, because here's the thing. If you go back and watch the trial again, and you watch the testimony of Matt and Jen, they kind of distance themselves from Julie Nagel. They're not best of friends. Oh, maybe she might have checked on our dogs or sat for our dogs when someone else could have. So then why is she so excited to see them if they're not really that close?
Well, it's if they were excited to see Julie Albert, well, they just were with Julie Albert. So why would she be so excited? My opinion is that Julie Nagel was excited because there was more people coming to the party, and that's what you do when people show up to a party. You act excited.
More people coming to a party. Is that code? Is that code?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
More people coming to the party, people.
All kinds of parties going on.
All kinds of party. I mean, it's snowing out. And inside.
It didn't snow until really later.
Oh. Outside.
Correct.
Okay. It's snowing outside.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about.
Me either. I'm just drinking my pricks and cider. All right.
Is it cold?
Oh my God. It's cold. These mugs, these chalices keep them cold. It's a chalice, right? I don't know. What is it? It's a mug. It's a mug. All right.
I gotta say that I do see a couple of mods. I see Boozy and I see Brandy.
Yeah.
But where's Detective Mullins?
Mullins is on the road at the moment.
Not unavailable.
Unavailable, but Mullins will be here.
All right.
Mullins, 7:40. Give Mullins about 5-10 more minutes. Mullins will be here.
Listen, I like to have the whole crew here.
Oh, Mullins will be here in about 10 minutes. And watch, Mullins will do a super chat just to hear just to see the super chat and tie more money up. You know,
You get 50% back later.
give Mullins is going to give YouTube 50% of our own money. You know,
There is a
goes.
Venmo down there, you know.
Oh my God! Yeah, God forbid Mullins Venmo. No, comes out of the bank account the other way with Mullins. You know, I watch it subtract.
Rosie,
So
I do love you too. You guys are the best. You all
She's
three
all
years are the best.
she's all right. She was a good. Hey, she was a good sub.
100%. She can keep toe to toe with you.
Well, I don't know about that. You know, let's move on.
Listen. We can get rid of you, and Boozy and I can go on our own road
Do you
show.
guys? You know, that show.
Don't think
hands
that
down,
might not happen. By the way,
hands down. That's what I'm afraid of. That's why I keep asking her on. I'm afraid the minute she goes off and does her own thing, I'm screwed. I'm right back down to
listen,
the bottom.
she's already
you know?
doing her own thing. I don't know
I
if
know,
you
I
watched,
know,
but she's
I
probably
know.
pretty. She's a little talented.
Little. No.
Yeah.
I told her one day, I go, no matter what she does, she's going to be successful at everything, you know, except for life. But other than that, she's good. She's probably screaming.
She's made a couple of enemies, but that's all right.
Oh yeah. Well, then you know she's doing good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Here we go. So that could be construed either way. Maybe he slipped.
So, and it was in
Okay.
front of the front window.
All right, people. Remember, I told you the paper. Get your papers out, your pens and papers, and mind you. So we're gonna pull this up because. All right, I'm gonna let this play, but for those of you that are not watching on their phone and might have a bigger TV than me, this is their dining room. Okay. They told us it's a square table. You know, there's 2 seats in front of the window, 2 seats right there that are, with their backs to the kitchen, and we can argue whether or not against that wall with those 4 decorative, whatever the heck those Japanese things are.
So let's be honest. I say there's 6 chairs there. You say there's 8.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm saying there could be 8. Eric's saying there's 6, right? Because it's a square. Why would you have 1 at either end on a square and then 2? I mean, if it was a rectangle, I'd agree with you. But
Hey, I just so happened to walk into a house today that I haven't been in over 10 years probably.
Yeah.
And they had the same type of table, and it was 6. It was 2 and 2 with 1 on each end. But it was a perfect square.
Boozy's now saying there's 10. I can't count 10. There's 8. How do you get 10 on a square table?
No. She's saying 10 total in the picture. If you include the island.
No, we're not counting the island bar. We're not counting the island. We're counting just the table that everyone's sitting around. So it's either 6 or 8.
And I'm going with 6.
All right. Most of the people going with 6. But get your pen and pad of paper out, or the back of a piece of mail, or some garbage mail that you should see my.
John's going to
upstairs.
adapt to this 6 because he's been going with 8 so hard that you're going to have to wing it now.
And this is coming, folks. This is coming. Get ready for it. All right, here we go.
So in front of the front window where their back would be to the window was my friend Julie Nagel. I was sitting perpendicular. I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here.
Geometry.
John,
Just
come on.
geometry. It's geometry.
Let's keep going.
Just geometry.
If the window's here, I was sitting on this side, facing kind of, I could see the front door. And then to my right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And
So they would be standing right here at the island,
I would think.
right? That's what she's saying. So she's saying she's sitting with her back to that cream-colored wall, or whatever color that is, that coffee-colored wall, mocha. I don't know what color that is. And she's saying that Julie Nagel is sitting in one of those chairs looking out that window.
So Julie Nagel's back would be to the window, but if she turned, she could look out it.
Correct.
Okay.
And the way this picture's being taken, if you were to go right out straight on the right side of this, that's where the front door is. Because you can see the doorway to that other side, with the side door that they keep showing you on the front of the house. That's the room that they're talking about, is where that side door is. So we know the front door is to the right of this picture. Is everybody's with us, right?
I'm with you.
Okay. Yes, Mary, you got to get the pen and paper, so we got Julie Nagel. Actually, let me back that up because now I did forget.
Somebody just said Brian Higgins never lies. Are you kidding me?
No, he doesn't lie. Remember? Would you tell us if you were? I never lie.
I was sitting perpendicular. I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here. If the window's here, I was sitting on this side, facing kind of, I could see the front door. And then to my right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And Mrs. Albert Nicole was sitting with her back to the front door area. And Jen and Matt and Caitlin, I don't believe were sitting.
I was seated at the table.
They weren't sitting. I was sitting at the table.
Maybe.
Seated. He was seated at the table. You're right.
But you could walk through the doorway. I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door.
I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do.
At some point, my friend Julie stood up and said, "Oh, my brother's outside."
What do you think?
John.
Huh? Come on. What do you think?
John.
Twins?
We
twins?
He's got a much better mustache than you.
Are we? Come on, we're twins, right?
No, that thing's solid.
Huh? Come on.
You need another week or two.
I do. It was a last minute thing. I'm like, minute.
Good try, anyway.
Oh man, it was last minute.
I'm right there. You're right there with
Okay.
Cheech Marana, I think. Yeah.
So Brian's going to tell you, Julie Nagel was sitting down at the table.
Her brother was there to pick her up. She went outside to talk to her brother, and so I looked out the window at that point, and she was outside talking to her brother, so his truck was there, and I saw another car there as well. I was still sitting at the dining room table.
And with regard to that area of the dining room table, how is it that you were able to see out in front of the house?
There's two windows there, so I just turned around and looked through the blinds.
Okay. Julie stood up, said, "My brother's here," and went out. He looked out the window and saw her go out to talk to her brother. Matt sitting at the table and saw Julie go out the front door. This is very, very important because remember, Matt's going to see the car move up, move up, move up. But he's sitting at the table.
And when you look through the blinds, what is it that you saw out in front of your house at that time?
Yeah, so I saw a truck, which was Julie Nagel's brother's truck, I believe, and that was a little ways, almost like in front of the driveway of the house, and then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish, and that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
Was there anything in between the truck and the dark SUV that you saw outside?
Not to my knowledge, I didn't see anything, no.
No Jeep. No Jeep. Brian Jr. didn't see a Jeep. Brian Jr. saw a pickup truck at the end of the driveway.
John, there were quite a few people that did not see a Jeep.
Are you getting a text in the middle of a show?
I'm sorry.
Did you tell people you're on?
I just did.
Okay. Do they not know that at 7 o'clock? Are they not Are they not watching?
I'm a little upset that this person is texting me right now and not watching. But
I can't believe they're not watching us. Text them right now and tell them, hey, I'm live. Tell them right now you're live.
I just did. I said I'm live.
And what they say?
Well, I'm about to send them the link so they can get to us.
That's one more viewer. Guys, we got one more viewer.
we need them all.
We need as many as we can get.
Can you help us out? Can you help us out?
Yeah. Okay. So remember, Jen parked on the left side of the driveway. There's a pickup truck at the end of the driveway. We could believe that I could concede a one pull-up, meaning Karen pulled up, let John out, and pulled up a little further to let the pickup truck pull up to the driveway. Could we concede that? Or are you texting?
No,
okay.
I'm good. We can concede that, yes.
You know, I had a co-host
Listen,
that I had a co-host that paid
Bird,
attention.
I'm with you.
I had a co-host that paid attention, but she didn't want to come on tonight.
We love her too. No, listen, not co-host. She's a guest co-host.
Guest. She's a guest. She's the guest.
We
right.
love her.
Oh my God.
Guest co-host.
Guest co-host.
Otherwise, you can just say it, John. Go ahead,
she's
say
the
it. Say
she's
it,
the
John.
GCH. She's the GCH.
Listen, I'm waiting for those words whenever you want to say it.
No, my God, no.
Say it.
No, because you're about to get us one more viewer. I'm just stalling till the viewer can log on. Make sure they like, too. Tell them to like and, hey, while you're telling them to come on, say, don't forget to like and follow.
We didn't agree to this grifter shit.
Like and follow.
Just don't send a super chat.
Yeah. I think that calmed down. I think people got enough of that. Hey, Mullins is in the chat, by the way.
Well, about time you showed up, Detective.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Better late than never there, Mullins. Thanks for the chicken.
Always have your back.
Mullins, thanks for the chicken nuggets for dinner. You know, she loves me. It was a little freezer burn, but that's okay. I ate them. All right. Jesus. Turn that volume down.
I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
If I hear one more ding, I swear to God, I'm going to keep hitting my table. I'm going to hit my table.
I just got an article from the old, either the Canton Journal or the Citizen, of my father announcing his candidacy for school committee candidacy, Guy V. DiGirolamo.
Wow.
Yeah.
We could do that on another show if they just timed it properly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm excited about it, so I'm going to tell you. It's a classic.
Oh, my God. Now my phone just went off. I thought my volume was down.
John, I'm going to send it to you. If you can get it on, I'd love it. But if you can't, I understand. I get it.
Okay. All right. Can we go back now? Because I lost my place. Whew.
I'm
Sorry
ready
about that, folks.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm not ready now because now I forgot where we are, but I'll wing it. Here we go.
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking. I sat at the table and I just...
So now she's at the table. It was Caitlin and everybody's at the table, right? You guys writing down how all these people there at the table? And, of course, we just get going again. We just got up and going again. Thanks, Haley Wolf. All right.
Spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night. Sitting at...
So she sat at the table and spoke with... So she sat at the young kids' table. She was hanging out with the young kids.
Walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian
Gotta have a clean counter.
Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking. I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night. Sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
Remember? Because Julie jumped up and said, "Hey, my brother's here," and she went out the front door, and then Junior Bibble looked out the blinds, and said, "Hey, you know, he saw." So she's sitting at the table and sees this too. So her and Matt are sitting at the table.
I went to the front door.
She went to the
John,
front.
they're sitting at the table looking out the window. So
No. She wasn't. Julie Nagel was sitting at the table near the windows.
Julie had her back to the table. She had to turn her head to look out the window, correct?
But she was in those seats closest to the front windows.
Right. What I'm saying is, Jen McCabe, where was she sitting?
At the other side of the table.
Looking out the window. If the shades were open.
If you can see through the blinds and
Correct.
Julie Nagel, she would have to see through Julie Nagel, Brian Jr., the blinds, the grit, the trees,
But also Higgins and Brian Albert would be probably behind her, so her back was to them.
Possibly, yeah, unless she was sitting on this side with her back to the front door. We don't know what part of the table she's at.
Correct.
Because some people place her standing, and she's placed herself sitting. But this is where it gets fun for me, because 3 people are going to tell you the exact same account of something, but there's something different about it.
Immediately around you as well.
I would say Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin. I can remember sitting at the table with me. Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend.
Get me a pick me up.
Just on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
And about what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably 15 minutes after midnight.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it that you went?
I went to pick up my sister Julie because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
And so you were at the hillside when you received the text from your sister Julie, correct?
Correct, sir.
Sort of jump in the truck and start to go over to Fairview.
Probably 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she didn't she wasn't saying come now. She just said, when you get a second, you come pick me up and bring me home.
And if you know about how long a drive is it from the hillside to Fairview?
5 minutes, 7 minutes maybe.
Well, before.
So she texts him at 12:15ish to say, "Can you come pick me up?"
Mm-hmm.
He thinks it's
midnight.
Well, no, he said he left at midnight, right? But they took their time, and it was 40 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
But he knows it's only a 5-minute drive, 5 or 7 minute drive.
Oh, that's easy though.
I get it. You've been drinking and you just really don't know the times. I get it. But what I believe on him is she texted him earlier, because they want you to believe she texted him at 12:15, 5 minutes before JJ shows up and says, "We're going to give you a ride home."
When do you think she texted him?
Probably when he said it was before midnight at some point, maybe 11:45 or whatever. Then 20 minutes, they have another round, and then at midnight they leave the bar, right? Or they get ready to leave the bar, and then they head down, because we know that they do pull behind Karen.
Did you think somebody misspoke here, or do you just think this is
Absolutely? This is a misremembering.
It's easy to get the timing wrong.
This is a wrong timing. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah.
Nothing. We're not trying to hide anything here, is what you're saying.
No, but Kim, correct. The 12:23 here is correct. It's the stuff before the 12:23. She texted. There's no way she texts him, and then within minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, JJ walks in and offers her a ride home, and she doesn't text her brother back to say forget it. She goes out to try to get him to come in the house instead. Right?
Right.
If it was that bad of a snowstorm outside, you would have said, hey, cancel that. 86 picking me up. Abort. But she didn't.
Or when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
She noticed another vehicle. So when she was sitting at the kitchen table, she notices another vehicle because she's looking out the window for her brother. So she's sitting at the table, looking out the window for her brother.
You indicated that your brother then came to the house at some point?
Yes, he did.
And about how long after you texted him did he arrive, if you know?
I'm not quite sure. He did text me saying that he was outside.
Brian was coming to pick us up to take us home. So she went out to talk to him.
And they were parked right in front of the driveway. He was fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
Prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home with your brother?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother, so.
Prior to going outside, Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe had already offered her a ride home.
How did they respond?
They said, no, we just want to go home, and then I was like, I'll find out another ride home.
Eric, me and you have had different opinions on this. My opinion is if you've already got a ride home from people in the house, why would you say, oh, I'll find another ride home? Why wouldn't you just say, I already have another ride home?
Yeah, it's just choice of words at that point. And, she could have easily just said, I have another ride home.
Right.
But there's no big deal in saying, well, I'll find another ride home. Don't worry about it.
That's why I said we have a difference in opinions on this.
Yeah, it's
still like
small.
it.
It's small potatoes, buddy.
Yeah. But look at me. I look into everything. No stone unturned.
I agree with you there.
The SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was before. When I was inside, I noticed it.
When she was inside, she noticed the SUV. She saw the SUV before her brother got there because she was looking out the window for her brother.
Well, she would have been anticipating he's showing up. I mean,
and it wasn't a pickup truck, so she didn't do anything. Right?
Well, do you think she wasn't expecting that vehicle?
Well, no. What I'm saying is what I believe to be is she's sitting at the table. She's looking out the window. She sees Karen pull up, and she's like, "Oh, that's not my brother." They're coming in a pickup truck, so she doesn't do anything. Then she sees her brother. She gets up and goes out.
She went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was.
I apologize. My ADD got the better of me, and I looked at my texts, and I wasn't paying attention to my people. I'm sorry. I'm going to back that up 10 seconds.
Please do.
Yeah.
Focus, John.
Walk through the doorway. I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
So if you were sitting at the table, depending on where you were sitting, you weren't sitting in Julie's spot or Brian Jr.'s spot or even Sarah's spot. So you have to be on one of the sections of the table, either closest to the kitchen or closest to the front door. But he just said he could see the front door. So we know his back's not to the front door. He has to be sitting in one of those seats.
One of the island chair seats?
Closest to the island chair. Not the island chair seats, but yeah, the seats at the table.
He's at the table, But
with his
closer
back to the island.
Yeah, I got you.
Right?
Makes sense.
From his own words. These are his own words. Right? Well, that would mean the easiest way would to be get up and go to the door, right? Because he just watched Julie Nagel go to the front door and go out to her brother. But we also see someone else go to the front door. Everybody's going to the door and the window in this house.
So when I noticed, looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
John.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just quickly put up my flag.
Oh, put your flag up.
And I'll be right back.
I will entertain people with commercials, and I will pause the show for you. Everybody, while we have a minute, I just want to let everybody know that
Careful. Once you have had a Prixon cider, you will want it all night.
that's one of our sponsors of the show. We're gonna. I guess he didn't give me the little warning, the text warning that he was going to get up. I thought for sure. I thought for sure he would make it through the show tonight, in one take. But while he's gone, Julie Nagel is telling everybody when she was sitting in her chair, she saw. Wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta do one more thing here. When Julie Nagel was sitting, looking out the window, waiting for her brother, she saw Karen's vehicle at the mailbox, at the front door, and then at the flagpole. She's saying this happened before she went out. I want to say if I am under the opinion that she's saying that she saw this thing move 3 times because that's what everybody else wants her to say. Because she said this happened before she went out. Eric, I held down the fort for you.
You're doing good, buddy. I do. By the way, I do like the new background.
Oh, well, thank you, Eric.
I'm a big fan.
While you were in the bathroom, Eric,
Yeah.
I called in reinforcements.
Oh, my favorite reinforcements right here.
Oh,
Listen,
favorite.
Anytime you want to leave, John, Bougie and I can take over from here. You're good.
Give me about 15, 20 minutes. I might have to put my flag up too, okay? Everybody welcome. Boozy, the replacement co-host.
I'm almost fired co-host.
And for those that don't know, this super chat. That's Boozy, by the way, folks. Okay.
Hi, Boozy.
Yeah, there was one person in chat that said the laugh was really annoying. So thanks for that, guys.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yep.
Oh boy.
Oh my God. I loved it because it just brought me so much pain when I realized how easy it is for you guys to like have subs and numbers and this and that.
John,
I'm not really doing it for that.
Can you do me a favor and
I'm very competitive.
Put me in the bottom so that Boozy's not covered by a comment or something.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, you can cover me. No.
There you go. That's fine.
No.
Well, no, there's got to be another way to do this. We can do it this way. There you go.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Oh wait, but then we
can't have our guests. We can't have our guests covered up like that.
Yes, you can. You won't. You don't see my face. I'm totally fine with being covered. Trust me.
Yeah. There you go, Eric. How's that?
John,
Right?
That's where I belong.
Hey, growing pains, people. Growing pains. All right. So anyways, as I was saying, while you were in the bathroom and Boozy was trying to get the link, Julie Nagel says when she was watching for her brother to come, she noticed Karen's vehicle pull up to the mailbox, pull up in front of the house, and pull up to the flagpole. She sees the same thing at a completely different time than Matt and Jen do. Because Matt's sitting at the table when Julie's sitting at the table. So how can Matt see the exact same thing at a different time than Julie Nagel? We'll play it.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations?
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. You know, I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door.
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather is in the back seat. I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left. I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
So you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
As you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house, where did that black SUV go?
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
About how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Probably a car or a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
What, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There was nothing, sir.
Went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, pull behind me, to John. Is that right?
Correct.
This is a pet peeve of mine. You've got a full driveway. She's on the left side, and she's the second vehicle. There's a pickup truck behind her. Mary Malaki, I'll get to in 1 second. There's a pickup truck parked at the end of the driveway. And she's telling John, pull behind me when they've already made it halfway up in front of the house, according to her. And according to her, there's also a Jeep out front. She wants them to reverse around the Jeep and not be able to get into the driveway because there's a pickup truck blocking the driveway and her vehicle's in the driveway. There's no room to pull behind her.
We don't think that we can go 3 deep in that driveway with cars, right?
Exactly. You can't.
Not with the vehicles they were driving.
Right.
No, you just can't. And the snow.
And where is the Jeep with the plow?
We don't know because half of the people don't see it. Half the inside, anyone that saw the microdots.
There was a lot of testimony that Jeep was there, and it was
The
there
insiders.
early.
The insiders say
Oh,
it's
not
there.
the outside.
Brian Jr. didn't say it was there.
Yeah.
Brian Jr. said it wasn't there. He saw nothing.
Who else said it wasn't there?
The 3 people in the pickup truck.
Correct.
So there's 4. 4 people say it's not there.
Isn't there a 5th?
Who would be the 5th?
I thought you said there was a 5th earlier today when we were offline.
3 in the pickup. Brian Jr. Who else never saw it?
I don't think Julie Nagel ever saw the Jeep.
No. Yeah, Julie. Yeah, you're right. And Julie Nagel.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. And Julie never saw a Jeep. So there's 5 that didn't see it. Yeah.
Just saying, I'm not sure that Jeep was there.
I don't think anyone thinks it's there.
I'm not convinced it was there by any means.
But if
I
it's such
think-
a big... Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I think it makes more sense for Higgins to go in someone else's vehicle than the Jeep. Who says even the Jeep was at the waterfall?
Question is, where was the Jeep?
Exactly.
If you're out drinking with a buddy, are you guys going to follow each other somewhere, or are you going to jump in one person's car and you'll deal with getting back to the other car at a later point?
I think at some point you gotta, early on, it's let's travel with less cars, but let's get the cars closer to where we're gonna be.
Canton's close.
Right.
Yeah, Hillside to the waterfall to 34 Fairview. Are we leaving a car at Hillside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would.
Or who says they're not going, if they're going to Waterfall together, why don't they just leave it at Canton PD?
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing I'm
How about
thinking
that?
is that they went to Canton PD, stopped there, dropped a car off. I mean, I'm not a believer that the Jeep was at 34 Fairview. Might have been somewhere close, but it wasn't at 34 Fairview.
Right.
Therefore, they go from the hillside to possibly Canton PD, or a different location on the same street at Fairview, and leave the car. But it doesn't sound like that was in the driveway by any means or out front.
See, that Alessi's binder, that's how I look at it. It's they want to minimize. They know they're out drinking. They're not taking both vehicles somewhere. Somewhere they dropped off a vehicle. It's just what they did.
They didn't bring two vehicles to the waterfall.
No.
Didn't happen.
Okay. So far, we've got Julie Nagel seeing the Jeep move up 3 times before she goes out to see her brother pull up in a truck. We now have Jen going to the front door to see this same thing that Julie Nagel saw minutes earlier.
And then at 12:40, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted where are you?
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages, and each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle. as you
Well,
texted,
looking for his
correct?
phone.
I know for the first 2 I was.
Saw that black, from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
People, that's not me breathing into the mic. I'm back here. Just, that's that microphone, not this microphone.
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox,
Yes.
and then you saw it move forward, right?
Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it moved?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right, and that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct, yeah.
This is why I think they got her to say this. 3 times. She wanted to say 3 times. Mailbox, middle of the house, flagpole. But only the 3 times for Jen is once to the she saw it from the middle of the house. So her 3 start middle of the house, flagpole, further up the street. But they're at 2 different times. They're not watching the same event.
You first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or, I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct, at 12:31?
Correct.
All right, at that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
First time I saw it, it was here. And I said here, and then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again, a second time. You said you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right, so that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
Where was it in relation to the house that you parked the truck?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you get to the house, where was it that Ricky parked the truck in relation to the house?
Right outside the house, probably a little past the mailbox.
In front of the driveway. About how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Probably a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
if you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
When Ricky comes to a stop in the area of that mailbox, can you describe the distance sort of between where you are in Ricky's truck and where the vehicle is in front of you?
We were parked right behind it, just a couple feet, maybe.
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
Did the SUV that was in front of you go to the same house?
Yes.
Another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John.
I would never ask Matt McCabe for directions for anything. Everybody else can answer the question. He's like, well, there's a driveway over here. The car was over here. I looked over here. Maybe over here there might have been something else. Dude, just answer the question.
It's
I'm honestly surprised you didn't pause at the part when he said seated and not seated.
I did last night on the dry run with Eric. I did it like 3 times. And then I said, you know what? I'm not here to tool on them. I'm here to let them explain their own. I'm here. This is a refresher. This is a refresher course on what they testified to prior to the second trial, so that we all know what they said.
You are so much more kinder than I am. After what they've been pulling, I don't care anymore. Seated. He seated. He seated.
I'm not trying to make fun of them. I'm just trying to understand their testimony. Whether they were seated or all standing at the front door, I don't care.
Seated, seated, what's the difference?
I know.
There's a big difference, Eric.
I know that now. So, oh, man. So Jen and Matt are standing at the front door. Brian Jr. is peeking out the blinds, right? He's opening up the blinds. Julie Nagel's out at the truck trying to beg her brother to come inside. And Brian are the only ones that are constant that everyone says are standing by the island. And Coco's cleaning. She's cleaning, making sure the toilet seat's down because all these people just got back to the house. You know, well, let's go on.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There was nothing, sir.
Was that SUV in front of Ricky's truck for the entire time?
Yes.
It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
Where was that Jeep, Tom? I just want to know where that Jeep was.
Well, Matt says there was a Jeep. There was a Jeep.
How many? How many cars behind? Was that Jeep the third car in line, or?
I'll tell you right now. In my opinion is, and it's just an opinion because that's what I'm a content creator now, people, because anyone can do it, have a show. Right. John was already in the house right now. I'm telling you right now, John was in the house right now. In my opinion.
Yes, he was.
And the reason they're all looking out the front door is for something else.
My question, though, John's in the house. Let's say he's in the house. Why did we just put the Jeep there? And where was it really?
I think they were trying to distance Higgins as much as they could away from Canton PD, as much as they possibly could from the beginning. Obviously, now they don't care with them releasing that new footage, but...
How do we know that Higgins didn't park in someone else's driveway?
Exactly.
We don't.
Like, wouldn't you park in someone else's driveway if you didn't want to get blocked in and you knew you wanted to sneak out at some point?
You got 4 vehicles or 4 people that say what vehicles were there, and not once was Higgins people there.
Dina Bellina got what I was throwing down. That's what they're looking out the window for.
Of course.
That's what they're looking out the window for.
Well, if you believe John went in, that's what they were looking out the window for. Absolutely.
What's really messed up, if I spent some time yesterday, I was bored looking at Sleuthy Goosey. She's got really good Google Docs with the timelines. So I was reviewing.
I spilled my Prixon. You guys keep going for a minute.
Oh, good Lord. So I was looking at Jen's, her watch data, and you can literally see the moment she does one step where she's greeting John, and then the next couple of 4 steps could be her either going to the front door or...
Next couple what? Wait, next couple what?
What?
What did you say? Next couple what?
Couple steps?
You didn't say couple steps.
What did I say?
No, but Boozy, before you said
She
that...
said 4 steps.
You said John was close to Jen. Was that what you said?
If you go and look at the data from Jen's Apple Health Watch...
Okay.
You can see there is, I think it's like 12:23 whatever seconds. She takes 1 step. That could literally just be her getting up from the chair, taking 1 step to hug John O'Keefe when he entered the house.
Okay.
Because then if he arguably goes downstairs, which is then the flights of stairs, she then takes 4 steps. Right after that.
So right after the 1 step, there was a pause, and then there was 4 steps?
Yep.
Okay.
That would have been John. That would have been John right when he entered the house.
1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4 step.
4.
Yep.
Yep.
How we doing, people? We doing all right?
Well, you forgot about Mary Malarkey's super chat.
Wait. Did I not do Mary Malaki's super chat? I had it.
You put it up and then you didn't do the thing.
Oh my God! And I know. And here's the thing.
Boozy just wants to hear the laugh.
No. Let me tell you something. Let me tell.
It is my favorite. I'm not gonna
Listen.
lie. It's so
Here's
awesome.
the thing. When I first watched The Glare,
Oh boy.
I didn't understand what that super chat thing was. I'm like, what the hell does he keep putting this thing? Super chat, right? And lo and behold, the minute I decide I'm going to have a show, what do?
Boozy, can you do a dance for us so we can really add these? That'd be awesome.
Wait, what do you want?
Nothing. Never mind.
We can get we can get Esty to do that.
Hey, I did dance for 16 years. Like, I can dance. You just like...
Can
No,
you
you'll do
dance
a
to the
Swiftie
super
dance.
chat? I mean,
I don't know.
We might
She
need
does a
super chat music.
She does a Swifty dance.
Listen, you called me unhinged.
I did.
You called me unhinged?
Eric, see what happens? So, there's
John,
a little,
I see
quick
what
little
happens.
break.
Get yourself
Quick little break.
a little bit of an issue.
I got myself in a little bit of trouble because we were going through the show privately, Eric and myself, last night, making sure, right? And what happens? I get the brave idea, like 12 Prixons in, to go, I'm going to go live for a minute and tell everybody that we're going live tomorrow, like as a goof. And Eric's like, I want no part of that. What do? I go on alone? And the first thing I do is say Boozy's unhinged.
John, any future promos?
Oh,
I'll do them.
we should just, no, they should just be recorded. We should
Boozy
just do a
or me.
recorded
That's
promo. It should have just
You
should
stay
have
in
been
the
live.
background next time.
I told you guys from day one, nobody should have allowed me to go live. It should have been a pre-recorded show.
Buddy, you're like a kid in a candy store with this.
I am. These buttons everywhere. There's buttons everywhere on this thing.
Shiny objects.
Shiny buttons. And we're only halfway through. I have so many more pictures. And my favorite is because WBZ is proving a point for me in a couple minutes, folks. If you
Yep.
stay with us as I.
Yeah, it's a good one coming up. Sorry, guys. I don't mean
know.
to sidetrack him. But
I know.
I got to call him out on air. He's going to be calling me names. You know that, guys,
Oh
right?
my God, I did.
Please do.
I'll get you a T-shirt. Calm down. Mullins, get on that T-shirt.
She texted me. I got to answer her back.
It still gets to me that Julie Nagel saw the 3 pull-ups at a completely different time than Jen and Matt. And I think basically they told her, say you saw her pull up 3 times.
Part of me thinks it's feasible.
I can get one.
No, well, I think that she pulled up, let John out at the driveway, then she pulled up just past the mailbox, and then she may have said, well, I'm going to be here a couple of minutes. I'm going to pull up even further because other cars may want to come in. So there's that possibility of that 3 movement thing. I don't know for sure. I really don't, but that's what I'm just saying. It's feasible.
You know what that's called?
Tell me.
Reasonable doubt.
Are we just getting to that now?
Oh, here we go.
Outside of that friend's house, did that car stay still or move or something?
It just stayed still.
Now, you mentioned that there was another vehicle that was parked in front of the house as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where was that vehicle in relation to where you parked?
I would say maybe 10, 20 yards in front of me.
And so from the 10, 20 yards or so in front of you, you could observe that vehicle?
I could.
And from your vantage point where you were seated in your truck behind the vehicle, what, if any, damage or anything did you observe to the vehicle at that time?
None.
You know how many?
Okay. So we've moved on now. This is when everybody's leaving the house. Okay? Like I said, Sarah is a home run witness. Because everything is just so, they ask her, she right out with it. Here we go.
2.
And where were those 2 cars parked? Were there strike that? Were there 2 lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes.
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars, or maybe they were in both?
I believe both, closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage.
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other.
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay.
The left. Matt said left. Jen kind of said left. And now Sarah has confirmed she parked on the left. Folks, this is the picture that was taken in the morning by Gallagher when he arrived on scene.
What time?
This is about 7:15 in the morning. No, wait.
Yeah, it is. It's around 7 a.m.
So
It's around 7 a.m.
3 cars in the driveway? Is that what
And that's because Jen had just pulled up. So you see Jen, the back end of Jen's SUV.
Yeah, on the far side, but like the second.
In the second row. And you can see the mailbox on the corner. You see the mailbox. There's no way to get another vehicle behind that second in line vehicle of the Alberts.
And there's definitely no Jeep with a plow on it.
Okay. Now, do you see how the cars are stacked front to back?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What did Sarah just say the cars were when she left in the morning at 1 a.m. or whatever time they left? She said they were side by side in front of the garage doors. She said there was 2 cars in front of the garage doors, and Jen McCabe's car was on the left side of the driveway, which would have been right where that car is.
Wait, hold on. She said they were side by side?
I will back that up. I will back it up.
Back that ass up.
Strike that. Were there two lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes.
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars, or maybe they were in both?
I believe both, closest to the garage.
Two Albert's cars parked at the front of the driveway closest to the garage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then there's room for two. There's room for two cars right behind each one of them.
Right.
Correct. There's technically room at the front for two cars in front of the garage and one car off to the side of the yard where the fence is.
Yeah, close to the
It
garage.
widens out.
Yeah.
It widens.
Yeah.
It widens out. We've seen it here.
But
I'll
it's
pull it up,
narrow.
folks.
It's narrow at the street.
It's narrow at the street. Let me see, folks, if I can pull it up. I probably didn't save it. No, I didn't.
They trust us. Don't worry. They trust us.
Yeah, they trust me. They trust us. All right.
We've looked at this 17,000 ways.
I have.
Pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage.
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other.
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay.
Now, that's another picture Gallagher took in the morning. There's no car look in front of that SUV, in front of the soccer mom's SUV that made it through that treacherous snow, that 3 inches of snow, right? Look in front of it. There's no tire marks in front of that
There's
SUV.
no car there. There's no exactly.
Right?
Where's
the other car?
It's pristine, untouched snow.
Where's that car? And why are these cars now stacked on the left side of the driveway?
Cars have been moving around.
After 1 a.m. But before 6, because that car hasn't moved. That car moved, but before 6, because there's no tire tracks.
Well, I bet you if you go back to some of those cruiser videos.
Oh, they're coming. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Those are coming up right now. We're getting to it right now. Look at you jumping ahead.
Just thinking ahead.
The reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk.
People, look at how much snow at 8:16 in the morning at the around the tires of these vehicles.
Look in the dumpster. There's an inch and a half.
That's at 8:16 in treacherous.
It was dangerous. Yeah. Dangerous.
It's treacherous. Sandy. What did Sandy say?
Yeah.
What did she just say? Boozy, could you read that for me, please?
And they still say Karen did it. What bullshit? With bullshit emoji.
Bullshit. It's bullshit.
I do want to say thank you for pulling this up, because I couldn't tell you how many people that are newer to the case that comment on like my TikToks or newer on my YouTube channel that are like, wasn't it so bad out? Like they say it's treacherous. Like it was a blizzard. Like of course it was snowy. Of course it was hard to find the evidence.
Like you can almost see the sun through the trees.
I know.
At 8:16.
8:16.
I know.
And
But it's this common like misconception that's produced by certain individuals in the media that's just like, oh yeah, it was so bad outside, but it takes us trying to like drill into others' heads to be like, no, it really wasn't. It really wasn't.
The Main
It's
Street
New England.
would tell you that it was a blizzard right after 12:30 at night.
Right.
First off, it's New England. Second off, they love to make big deals out of any snowstorm. To send, what was her name, out down to Marshfield to get soaking wet. What was that old lady's name there that they would always throw in the worst areas? The poor thing.
Shelby Scott.
Yeah.
I'm showing my age. Big time.
They would
I
throw
was about to
Shelby
say,
Scott.
That's definitely
Like,
before my age.
It is. They would
you
would
weren't
throw
even
this poor
born when
lady.
I
They would send her up to Nahant because the water would be coming across the breakers, just to make it look bad. Yes, it's New England and it was a snowstorm, but it wasn't bad yet. It was a slow developing storm.
John, we have a question here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the second person that said it. It's because they turned right into the driveway. So you see the front tire tracks and then the back wheel tracks. That's why you're seeing two sets of tire tracks under her vehicle. When they turned right, the front two track one way, the back two track. That's why you're seeing four sets.
I agree.
I'm a plow driver.
If you look at the driveway in front of the car,
yeah,
there's no tire.
Nothing. That means that car that was in front of the garage when Sarah left was moved pretty quickly. With around the same time.
And again, at 8:16, there really wasn't a heck of a lot of snow on the ground.
Yeah. See, someone else knew Shelby. There you go. We're not the only old people on here. It's the two old geezers and Boozy.
I've seen the demographic of this show, and I know how it works.
Oh, we have.
And we love them all. We love them all.
Every Monday morning, me and Eric look through the demographics of who watches our show, and there's a reason why I haven't taken my shirt off once in the 7 episodes.
There'll be
okay,
a time when we share this information, and everybody else. Can
oh
get a good
my
laugh, too.
God, yeah, there's a reason, and we love them all. We love them all.
Every one of them.
Yeah, yeah, they're all our age or older.
Or older.
All right, so Higgins, and here's the other thing. He says he left the keys. So if you left the keys, you knew someone was going to do it for you. Right? I left the keys. I'll back it up a couple seconds. Here we go.
So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. Well, one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared.
We try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that
the middle?
TPW can make a good pass.
How long did it take you to get home?
Wait a minute. Didn't he say middle? Leave him in the middle? Right?
Right.
No.
I mean, because that's the easiest way, Don't.
That's the easiest way for them to go around your vehicle. But Goody says it right. Let's put them around the edge.
We need to make a bigger deal about the fact that there's an Albert car missing out of the driveway at 7 a.m.
Yeah. We're getting to that.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay, we get into that.
There could be two. We conceded that one may be at school.
No,
right?
it would be, no, because it would have been Brian Albert Jr.'s, and he was home. It was his birthday.
Well, then where's the fourth one? There's four.
No, there was Coco with the Cadillac.
Yep.
Brian Sr. with a Ford
Explorer.
Then there was a Ford Edge. Was Junior.
And then the Boston Police Department.
But that car wasn't there because Jen was able to pull into the driveway.
So where's that one?
Well, that one could be at school, but I'm talking about just the three, and then Jen McCabe's huge, whatever that is, the dump truck. We'll call it a dump truck.
Thanks to Channel 4, we're going to see another one.
Oh, okay.
It's coming up.
Canton PD.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning, at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
Folks, I did this video. This isn't, like I said, I pieced together all of my old footage from last year. Well before we found out that he had a 1:30 phone call at the Canton Police Station. If I had that, it would be in right before this. But this is where they had their little double butt dial. You know.
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in coal, correct? First call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone?
Brian Albert.
Brian Albert.
Not Berkey. Not Berkey.
Not Berkey. He didn't call Berkey back. But he was at the house at 7:15. Right?
Yeah.
He was at the house at 7:15.
He missed the call from Berkey at what, 6:33, was that right?
Yep.
But the first person he called was Brian Albert, and then he was at the house at 7:15. That we're talking 45 minutes.
Do you remember that? Let me see if I
arrived.
Hold on. Where is, now that I pulled her up? Oh, there we go. Do you guys remember this picture? This was, I got to lose this one. Sorry. This was a picture, Exhibit 29, right? At 7 a.m., which was taken by Gallagher because he wanted to memorialize what was in the driveway. That's like Exhibit 29.
That's pretty much the same picture as we saw a little closer.
But I'm showing you the rest of the driveway off to the right, that there's nothing else there.
There's nothing there. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is another picture from Gallagher at that same time in that horrible conditions.
With the same three cars.
The same three cars. And we're going to find out how long.
What time was that?
7 a.m.
Yeah.
He took this picture when he sent Goody to go get a leaf blower.
Yeah, he was told to do this to memorialize what it looked like from the outside. I believe it was Berkowitz that told him to do this.
If you look at that fire hydrant, how much snow is there?
2 inches, 3 inches.
2 to 3 inches tops, yeah.
Just enough to go over your foot. Right there. You can see the footprints. Just enough to go over the edge of your feet.
Yeah, you would have seen a hat and a shoe on the side of the road.
How about this? How good is that picture right there? Look at all that undisturbed snow. No taillight pieces.
Yeah, I don't see anything red reflecting other than the lights on the cruiser.
That's it. Right?
But not only that, think of this when a shoe is on its side, how tall that is. It would be taller than the snow.
John, was this before or after the leaf blower?
This is before. Okay. This is when he sent Goody to go get the leaf blower and the cups. I mean, sorry, you got the cups from Kelleher.
Maybe.
This is, right. This is when he sent Good to go get the leaf blower and they got the cups from Kelleher. I misspoke. Sorry, people.
Maybe.
Oh, my God. Anywho.
I'm just saying.
Right? Yeah. Just saying.
I'm not convinced. I'm just saying.
Right. All right. Let's go on. Let's see what Gallagher, the Shake's got to say.
I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake make sure he has initial statements from everybody present, and that's basically what we did.
From everybody present, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna find what time. We're gonna find out what time Higgins got to the house.
Prior to searching the scene itself, go get a snowblower. But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. In addition to photographs, Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
How many
Do
people
we even know that
did you
answer?
observe sort of?
No, of course we don't.
We don't even. I mean, they identified the berm, but we don't know the answer to how far off.
No, because he didn't measure anything. Remember they asked him, have you ever measured anything from a fixed point? No.
No.
And how did he clear off that side of the road berm?
With their feet.
With their freaking feet.
Yes.
Of course.
Out of their house at any point in time that you knew?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
He told the truth right there. Someone could be out of the house because we saw a picture of, we don't know who that person is. There's a picture circulating around of somebody standing out there that we have no clue who it is because God forbid anyone takes a picture with an iPhone or a Samsung Galaxy that's as clear as day. It's like they're using Polaroid pictures.
Polaroid.
He didn't observe anyone coming out of their house. There you go. He told the truth. I didn't see anyone come out of their house.
He didn't know.
Right. They might have already been out of their house, but I didn't see him come out.
Not only that, he knew exactly what he was doing by having Lank go inside.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's washing their hands of everything.
Yeah.
You to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning.
It was my idea.
So of course you drove over to his house. What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there?
How long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
How are you on site for an hour?
How long? Yeah.
And you never saw Higgins show up. You didn't see anyone leave their house, but you never saw Higgins show up either, did you? And you had someone at each end of the road. You had Sarah at one end.
They didn't shut down the street, did they?
No, they did. They put Sarah at one end. What did he put? Mulaney at the other end? I could back it up and see where he put the people at either end, right?
Right. So then you would know if someone tried to get in the barrier.
And then he sent Lank to get statements from everyone. Well, Higgins would have been in the house.
But he wasn't.
And if the first person Higgins spoke to in the morning was Brian Albert, what time was that phone call?
And John, if Higgins showed up back at 34 Fairview, where'd he park and when?
Right. Because Canton police were there for an hour.
Which is hard to believe that they were just there for an hour.
I mean, they found a piece of glass. They're done. They found something.
Oh, the glass. Yeah.
They combed the desert. They combed the desert.
The
cocktail glass. That's it. That's all they found.
Yeah.
No red tail light.
It was a cocktail glass in the study by Mrs. Pink.
Yeah, I played that game. I did. Yeah.
Yep.
It was the revolver.
I still have questions over that damn cocktail glass.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
At 7:22 a.m. If you were.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay.
I received the call.
Linda Mann, you kept asking earlier, why all the fuss about these cars? It's coming up. It's coming up with the Donut Queen.
Approximately 6:44 in the morning or so, called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
Sergeant Buchanan called me at approximately 6:48.
I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard.
Folks, it's 6:44. He's going to shovel out during the blizzard.
Can I ask, was he sweeping the apron?
Yeah. Folks, this is at 7. This is around when he said he wants to shovel out during the blizzard. 3 inches. Soccer mom's already at 34 Fairview. But your Mass State Trooper...
and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
Oops. Folks.
From McCabe's car was in the
Folks,
driveway.
I see that?
You're a little.
I jumped
jittery.
it. Yeah, I know I'm jittery.
You were so excited.
Folks, this is what took him 3 hours to get to the Canton police station.
He had to broom the apron.
He had to shovel out during a blizzard while his fallen police officer, right? And he has an SUV, easily 4-wheel drive.
That's a truck.
It's an SUV. It's a truck, 4-wheel drive.
That's a truck.
It's a truck. It's an SUV truck.
At the end of the driveway. So
at the end of his driveway, at the end of his little Stoughton driveway, right? With his Stoughton pride, tough town pride, right? This is what took him so long to get to the police station.
You know damn well that boy is not shoveling. He doesn't look like a shoveling type. He looks like I'm going to push it.
He drove in dangerous conditions.
This is dangerous conditions.
He is a snowblower type of dude, okay?
I'll tell you right now, if there's anybody I know, and obviously I'm not law enforcement, if somebody called me, I'm not shoveling crap. I'm throwing my boots on, I'm trudging through my snow, jumping in my vehicle, and I'm heading over.
Putting the 4-wheel drive on and taking off.
Exactly. I'm not, I got, the missus might, I don't know if they're going to call, if she's getting called in or not. Maybe she could work from home, but I better do the driveway just in case, because I'm going to be gone for a while today.
No, it was a Saturday.
Friday into Saturday, you're right. There was no reason to shovel it then.
No.
I don't want to do it when I get home. It might be a long day. I might be out for a while. I better do it now. That's what you're looking at right there.
From McCabe's car was in the driveway. I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me.
To the what? What did she say?
She opened her door to walk out to the car in front of her.
The donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car.
She stopped to
Whose car? Whose car?
Brian's. Her nephew.
But at 7 o'clock, that car wasn't there.
What car does Brian have?
Brian Jr. What car is Brian Jr. driving?
Brian's the smaller SUV that's not pictured.
Well, they've listed it.
Like an Escape or something?
It's an Edge, isn't it?
I'm not sure that it's another Edge. It could be.
So to the woman that keeps asking, what's up with the cars? There was 2 cars stacked in the driveway early when everyone left. Now the cars are front to back. I'm sorry, they were in tandem at 1 a.m. Now they're stacked. 1 car's missing or unaccounted for. 1 car's at school. But now when Julie shows up, the car is there. And so is in Higgins.
We had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge.
I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning.
And following that, you reached out to who? I'm sorry?
This firefighter Anthony Flamati. I contacted Sergeant Buchanan, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Yuri Buchanan informing me that John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. Sergeant Buchanan wanted to make me aware of it. Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation. Their detective unit would be involved if they have one. They would stand by.
They would what?
Stand by.
Okay.
To wait for our arrival. They wait for our guidance on what to do next.
About what time was that and who called?
That was shortly after 6 a.m. I told him I would respond. I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that. I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
This wasn't a surprise snowstorm, was it?
No, I think it was.
No.
I think that's kind of why everybody was kind of out and about before the snowstorm.
They all knew they were having a snowstorm party. Remember?
Correct. Yeah.
Right? They were having a snowstorm party.
Heavy on the snow party.
Snowstorm party. This guy's been on the force a long time. He just retired. You mean to tell me he doesn't keep any winter items at home? He leaves it all at the station?
He had a tent in his vehicle.
He left the tent in the trunk.
In late January. We're not November, December time, man. We're late January.
But you mean to tell me he's only got one Canton Police cold weather jacket? He doesn't have two. He doesn't have the vest. He doesn't have his gloves. He left his gloves at the cold weather gear. He's just not going to get a jacket. That means cold weather gear. He's got to get his gloves. He's got to get his hat. He's got to get his jacket.
John, correct me if I'm wrong. Highest paid employee in the town.
Yep.
Okay.
And he came from Milton. He's driving from Milton. He made it over.
Remind me how much of the guy that had the tent that didn't want to put it up to protect the scene makes salary last year?
300 and something.
320. What was it? 320 something?
Yeah, it was in that ballpark.
And him having a tent, he could have protected the scene and decided not to.
And folks, here's a teaser. The audit didn't find anything of major consequences. All right? You can already tell. You can tell by all of the posts by everybody who are so happy to announce that the audit is going, you can tell. The audit didn't find anything.
John, it's up in smoke.
Yeah.
Just saying.
There's a lot of things in this town that goes up in smoke.
Or do we say up the nose?
7 a.m. First encountered Sergeant Good. Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. We decided we were going to process the scene with a lead.
Wait a minute. Didn't the MSP say that they were going to stand by and wait for our instructions?
They probably should have just held back and secured the location instead of, I don't know,
right?
Snow blowing or leaf blowing some snow around.
Didn't Tully say they were going to stand by and wait for our instructions? But this guy here saw on a YouTube show that they used a leaf blower before, and he wanted to try it on his way. Hey, this is my big break.
A leaf blower, some red Solo cups, and
red Solo cups from Tommy Kelleher.
Or maybe not. I don't know about that.
Blower.
Just saying.
At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snow blower, and I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed it.
Not good enough.
What 2 officers?
Sarah
And
was
about
one.
what time was
And
it
Mulaney.
that you and Sergeant Mechanic arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
He thinks he got to the police station at 10 a.m.
Yeah, what time?
6:45.
How close was Proctor again?
We're going to find out in a minute, but Tully is more involved in this than I believe that too, La La Land. I believe that too. And La La Land, thank you for the $4.99. And because of the $4.99,
Love it. Boozy, can we get one time live laugh?
That was at a very funny time because he was really ragging on me the entire live, and I finally got one in on him at the very end. And just the way he told me to fuck off.
Eric, I asked a question that I didn't know the answer to.
Well, this is what happens.
You know what? You're not supposed to ask a question you don't know the answer to.
Dum-dum.
Okay? I freaking asked a question that turned around and bit me in the ass. Not that, but here's the thing. When I joined Twitter, I really, and I still do. I could care less how many people I have following me because, first off, I don't know why people are following me. I'm not breaking any news. I'm just sharing half of everybody else's stuff.
You break news.
I do, yeah, couple, but not to the extent of everyone else.
No, you do.
Yeah. So I really never looked at the numbers, and I honestly was like, she's a TikToker. She's not big on any of the other platforms, and I was wrong. I was wrong. But I'm gaining on her. I'm gaining on her.
Listen, you want to hate on us TikTokers, but one thing we know how to do
I
is
have a
make
full-time
content.
job. I have a full-time real job. This is a hobby.
I told you
this
earlier.
is a hobby.
Hello, did I not tell you earlier? I was freaking out because it's my only day off. I work 6 days a week plus do this. Don't even start with me.
And John, let's get one thing straight.
Yeah.
This is not a hobby.
No.
It's a crusade.
It's a way of life. It's a way of life.
No,
And,
because
the
I
tricks
can't wait
inside
for
us.
this to end.
I know. I can't wait. I'll tell you, a lot of stuff is taking a back seat. I should have brought leaves to the dump yesterday, and that didn't, because I was sitting here putting all this stuff up.
Oh, putting things to the back burner.
And opening up my mail when I got my Pricks and Cider glass.
You were excited about that, I know.
That is exciting.
Mug, chalice, whatever. Yeah. Madman, don't say you didn't see it. All right, there. You got it. All right, moving on. Okay, so he thinks it's 10. Let's see what Yuri says. Okay, by the way, he lives 2 minutes away. 2 minutes.
Doing 35 miles an hour.
And
that.
Which we don't have in this video. Remember recently when they asked why Yuri picked up the new tapes instead of when Proctor had his boss pick up the tapes because it was easier for him.
If you follow me on TikTok, you saw my video about it.
I share
Shameless self-promotion.
I share your TikToks every other day. You make way too many for me. I can't keep up.
I didn't make anything today.
Yeah, good. So, if you look at this map of Canton, right, the big red icon is Proctor's house. The gray dot is Canton Police. And to the left, that's Dedham Street. And if you go straight down Dedham Street, that brings you right to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, where they brought the tape, where no tampering, LOL. And they want us to believe that it's easier for Yuri to pick them up than it is for Proctor. But
hey, John, not to get off subject, but do we have an
off
update?
subject?
Do we have an update on where the plaque is inside Canton PD that's gone missing?
I want to hope that maybe they're adding a name to it.
Okay. We expect it back soon, though.
We expect it back soon. I want to hope that nothing nefarious is happening to the Wall of Honor plaque.
Nefarious.
Well, I was about to say, for the people that don't know what you're talking about, what the heck are you talking about? What plaque?
Oh, so
go ahead, Eric.
Inside the entrance at Canton PD, there's like 4 different plaques with a bunch of names on them. One's like for bravery, one's for integrity, one's for I don't know all of them, but one has gone missing. It's been taken down, and we
and whose name's on that one? Oh, there we go.
What?
Matt Dickel's got it.
Wait, Peter Murphy?
His name is on that particular plaque, yes.
Why are they taking down? What the fuck has Peter done to any of them? God damn it.
They might not be as happy with Peter as some people are.
Well, maybe when you have a tent and you have a murder scene, you need to actually cover it from snow. Maybe you should fucking use the tent then.
Hey, we're not saying anything nefarious is happening. We're just saying that particular plaque is missing. We're patiently waiting for it to come back and to see whose name has been added.
Put Peter's name back up there, mother truckers.
We'll see. We'll see. They're probably putting someone else's name.
Give them time. Give them time. I'm sure they wouldn't remove a name.
No.
Right?
I don't think so.
I mean,
I would hope not.
We have documentation that these names have been up there. We've got every name.
Well, if he wasn't trespassing, you know.
Well, he's like Whitey. He's got 6 months without trespassing, or 6 months without. You know,
Whitey.
That's the big. That's the big thing now. It's don't do anything wrong for 6 months, and you're good. We'll throw it out. We'll shred it.
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
So, all right, back to let's go back to and find out how long it took Yuri to get to the police station. And go. And go.
It was approximately 9:15.
There you go.
Were you essentially with Sergeant Mechanic that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day.
I made the decision to
Yes, he
drive
did.
us, Proctor being able to make phone calls
to his sister
while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
Dangerous snow conditions.
Dangerous snow conditions. Mind you,
New England.
Soccer Mom made it over to 34 Fairview, and so did the Donut Queen. But this guy's got to make sure that, he shovels out and he grabs this nice, beautiful little $60,000.
I think he was asleep in the apron.
No, that was Flamati. What is that? What kind of truck is that?
That's either a Chevy or a GMC.
It's probably it looks like a GMC to me.
You know what it looks like to me?
What? White.
Someone who bought something to make up for something.
No, it's too short.
A certain lack of something.
No, because it's low.
GMC.
That's a low GMC. Those are the guys that have those the Yukon Denali's. Those are the ones that are compensating.
I think you're giving Yuri a little too much credit.
With the 34-inch tires and the and when you open the door, the step moves out. Those ones. That's probably like a $60,000 vehicle right there. That's nice. It's cute.
Debatable.
It's not a Dodge.
I got a Dodge. I like my Dodge.
It's not a Ford.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
Did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
Directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't he?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
You didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, so if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5.
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
9:23:39. That shows that you were granted.
I love this. This is why the judge doesn't want this to happen again. He doesn't know why the records would show this. In other words, the judge doesn't want the defense to be able to get that aha moment to show that this guy was at the police station all day. He was at 34 Fairview in the morning. He was missing for only just 2 or 3 hours. We don't know if he went to West Roxbury, if he stayed at the police station, if he slept at Berkey's. We don't know where he is. They just don't want that.
He definitely did not go back to West Roxbury at all, at any point.
Where do you think, Eric? Where do you think he slept?
I think even if he did go back to West Roxbury, he didn't sleep.
No.
You know what I mean? No matter where he went, he wasn't putting his head in a pillow and going to sleep.
who could sleep after you kill
Hey,
someone? I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Haley, that wasn't me, but it's probably the quote of the night.
But
Because
really,
here's the
like,
thing.
think
Here's the
about
thing.
it. I mean, you got to think about it. Like, I don't know if you guys remember this back. This was a while ago. Someone brought this to my attention today. It was Jennifer Coffindaffer. Some people call her Coffin Doofus.
Or Daffy. Yeah.
Yeah, she was the one who was doing all these like behind the scenes investigating, right? And of course, someone told her, "Did you know that he had a couch to sleep at when he was like comfortable and he had too much to drink?" Why would
Where, at
she
the
say that?
station? At the station?
Yeah. He had his own cute little bedroom he would go to at Canton PD.
I think Berkey had a couch in the chief's office.
He was welcome to stay
Yeah.
there if he drank too much. That's what Coffindaffer was told by a certain individual.
You know what they didn't have?
Oh, God.
A stove.
A good stove, because it's...
They didn't have a stove, which is a passion of theirs, is cooking, not sleeping off a friggin', a good night.
Not $100,000 stove.
Yeah.
And a fence.
And a fence to stop people from walking in the woods behind them.
Access to the Sally Port to front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
If we moved from 1140 to 1144, 1145, 1147, 1151, 1152, and then jump to 205, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 1152?
Could have.
Okay, come back.
Could have.
If there's a 205
Went
and
to Five
56
Guys.
entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
People, this guy is an ATF agent. He doesn't remember anything. Is this the guy that you want writing reports on cases? He can't remember anything.
There's a lot of I can't remember shit going on with all these people, but this guy's like a professional at not remembering shit.
These are the people that are in these positions that you want. How much training did he go through? He was a fireman, right? He was a Cambridge fireman, so he went through the fire academy, right? Then he got to the ATF. He's in the ATF. Don't they train these people?
When there's no checks and balances, why would you need to go back to your training when you can just do whatever the hell you want?
Well, that's what it is. Once they get the power of the badge of a government position, nobody dare check them on it.
Well, wasn't he a big Boston Marathon bomber investigator?
He can't remember that.
Was he?
Yeah, I believe he had something to do with that. And,
yeah, but they all know what time Colin left. Yeah.
John, it's Colin.
Colin. Sorry. Well, they spelled it wrong. I'm just reading it.
I know. I'm just saying you know better.
Listen, Sherry, put 2 L's in that, please, and an I.
No, colon.
One L, one I.
One L.
Colon.
1 L? COLLIN, no?
COLIN.
Oh, no 2 L's?
Colon with the
Listen, any
sledgehammer.
way you want, John.
They couldn't even give him an extra L? Jeez.
Listen, it was colon with the sledgehammer in the shed. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, well, let's move on.
Called that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert.
Didn't.
It's possible.
I just wanted to
Brian
pause it
Albert
right there.
then calls you at
Short and
3:20,
shiny.
correct?
Yes.
There it is.
Oh, God.
That's a pause for dramatic effect.
Oh, God.
And you two speak for 6 minutes. Is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds, yes.
I want to take you back for a second.
But he doesn't remember
to
it.
A couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking. 40747?
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
It's because you went through the big door.
Where that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
The last time you're logged into the Sallyport, it's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sallyport, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember.
I don't
ever seeing
remember.
Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport.
At 4:50.
John, do we think he's lying?
Yes!
Come on, we just saw Short and Shiny scatter right through
I
there.
just want to make sure we're all on the same
We
page.
know what he looks like. We know his walk. We know him. We know his walk.
He's a
Finally.
decorated dude.
Was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Are you sure?
There he is! Right there!
There they
Short
are.
and shiny.
Were you in the Sallyport at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
Election.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Of course
Could
you
have
don't.
been 5:50, 6 o'clock.
I don't recall what time I left.
One thing to say I don't remember, it's another thing to say no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sallyport garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
It's missing. And yet, 45 minutes missing. They don't think anything's wrong. The audit's going to come back as nothing to see here, folks, other than some minor things. And everybody's going to be okay with that.
Who said everyone's going to be okay with that?
Half the town.
Okay, well, half the town can be fine with it, and the other half is not going to be fine with it.
It's less than half the time.
Right, that's right.
Yeah. I know for a fact there's a lot of happy people that are more than thrilled to let everybody know that, hey, April 5th, Saturday, they're going to have a question and answer session at the Canton High School on the audit committee. Or the audit itself.
John.
Yeah.
I'm the audit committee now.
Oh, they didn't like that picture either. I'm out of the meme making business. See, here's the thing, people. You didn't like my memes, right? You could have tolerated my memes just by scrolling through. Now you get me on YouTube for 2.5 hours. Make up your mind, people. What did you want?
Who didn't like your memes?
I had an agreement with someone that I would stop with the memes, and so I did. I'm out of the meme making business.
You moved on to bigger and better things.
I moved on to being a look at me. I got my own banner.
You realize the memes were immature. They were not.
I got my own jerk curtain.
You do have a jerk. You have your own curtain. You got your own towel too, don't you?
Oh, I do. We got towels. We got bathing suits. We got face towels, beach towels. We got mugs. I got mugs. There you go. We got tons. We had the shirts. We had people wearing the shirts. Oh, Boozy, we'll get you one of those. I was in a fill-in co-host shirt. That'll be. I'll make that tomorrow for you.
John, how many days until the election?
April 12th, right?
April 8th.
8th, April 8th.
Where are we
Sorry.
today? So we got what? 7 days left in the month. Is that right?
Yeah.
Plus another 8.
Hello. Good day, eh? From Quebec. Comment ça va? Ça va bien? Ça va bien? Huh? You like the flag, do you? I was on the ice with Patrice Bergeron the other night.
Oh, here he goes again, flexing.
I know. Well, I'm going to be on the ice, so I'm going to be evaluating his kid on Tuesday, Thursday, and I got to find out. I got to find out which one's his kid,
John,
so I don't give him a bad number.
Be quiet, Boozy. What do you think of John's mustache?
It's kind of small. Let me
Brian
see.
Jr. Is it like Brian Jr.? Right?
It's kind of creepy dad porn star-ish.
It is a little creepy, Ron.
Yeah, I
John,
say
you
it's
need another
creepy
week's
porn star.
growth, I think.
It's coming off as soon as we end the stream. It's the first thing that happens.
Oh no!
Well, it's because he got called out that his beard was going so gray, and he wanted to not actually Rogaine or whatever. So
You had to bring that up, didn't you? Right here.
Of course
I had
I
a
did.
tiny bit of white.
That's
And
what
shave
happens
that
when
off.
you get to the big 5-0.
He's probably not watching right now, but I do want to let you know I am wearing my my shirt from it's Space Force. I'm wearing my Space Force
Nice.
shirt. Right? Okay.
Elon.
No, not Elon.
Oh my God.
DJ sent me a Space Force shirt. DJ's
I
in the
like
Space
that.
Force.
Oh, that's awesome. Good.
So that's for him tonight. I'm wearing my little Star Trek, whatever this thing is, Space Force, Star Trek. I can't believe how close it is. It looks just like Star Trek. But, yeah. So no, the mustache was for A, because Boozy made fun of my gray, and B, I figured it's because my shirt didn't arrive. My mug made it.
John, you need
My mug made
that. You need to grow that mustache.
Oh, dude,
at least until the election.
I can do that.
At the election, we can shave it off, but not until then.
What I tell you was going to happen.
What?
Mullins.
We just lost $5. Okay. we just lost $5. Thanks. Next time, just bring me down the money.
No.
Just bring it downstairs.
I'll give you my Venmo.
In other words, she just gave YouTube 5, right?
You know what? It might be good for the algorithm, though. It shows that people care.
It's not about the money.
It's not. Well, that was my money right there.
It's about your money, but it's not about the money.
So it kind of is on that one. the rest is just for But Missy Freen's watching us on two times. I think Higgins parked across the street at the assistant chief's house, so he wasn't blocked in. Y'all thinking the same thing as us?
Wow, Missy.
No, I don't think
that's
that.
something else. Oh, I think that might be a possibility.
I don't think that. I think he took Brian Albert Jr.'s vehicle and bounced. I don't think his car was there at all.
You know what? I am
Who else was driving Brian Albert Jr.'s car? Because Jr. was home.
You got me there too, because I think that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Well, like I said. Okay. So we look at this picture, right? Let me get rid of this. This is let me get rid of Mullins. How do you get rid of Mullins on here?
I got it.
Oh, you did it. Okay. All right. You look at this picture from Channel 4. All right. This is when obviously there's the CERT team. Right? Look in the top corner.
Right, and that was at 5:45 p.m. at night.
Those cars are not front to back. They're now almost side to side.
It's because they got moved.
Yeah. Here, let's zoom in. They got moved.
Yeah.
Again.
Now-
that second car was out during the day, and we know Brian was over Jen's house, so maybe maybe at that point. But the third car is still missing.
Yep.
So
Still missing the third
John,
car.
that car in the driveway that's kind of back towards the street. In the morning, when the other cars are there, that car's not there.
Absolutely not.
Correct.
We got the morning. We got here. Watch.
What car is
Look.
that? Do you know?
Here's
No, I agree.
Here's the
I'm
morning.
curious. What car is that? Is that the
I don't know.
Cadillac?
That first car, I believe, was never moved, just because of the amount of snow that was on it.
Yeah, I don't think
There it is.
that car.
There it
moved
is
at
in the
all.
morning.
Yep.
There it is in the morning.
And there's the SUV that Jen and Matt drove in. I assume on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to find out. When. Oh, I know. Here we go.
Gary,
Here
nice
we
to
go.
see you, buddy.
About time Gary showed up. Gary's back
Oh
from
my
a meeting.
God.
What? But
Be
thanks,
nice to Gary. Be
We
nice
love
to Gary and his
Gary's the
jello.
best.
Nice to Gary.
And his
I just have-
jello.
I'm having a hard time finding the. There it is. See, I scrolled too fast. Sorry, it's late in the show. Gary. But yeah, there's too much movement and too much every time I say, all right, let's say she did it. Why are they lying about so much other stuff? What are they hiding? Why not? Why did they have to fight to get the Ring doorbell footage? I totally understand the phone thing. 1,000,000% understand that. Would I want to give up my phone to anyone? No, because I have stuff in my phone that I don't want seen.
Oh, I can
Right.
only imagine what you got on your phone. Oh.
I absolutely do. I've made it known to everybody on my hockey team that, God forbid, I have a heart attack on the ice. You are took back. This was back in the day. I used to say, and it still applies.
You reset your phone to Apple settings.
No, I used to say, you call my wife, you dial 911, you call my wife, and then one of you guys smash my phone with your skates by accident.
Oh my God.
I go, God forbid something happens to me, just smash my phone. Let me have my heart attack. Let me die on the ice, and I'll be happy. And then just that's it, right? I don't want stuff. I don't want, and I agree with these people. That you know what? If you did nothing wrong and you're nothing more than a witness, and you don't want your phone to be seen, that's fine. But after that, why are you lying about everything else? Why are you fighting about Ring doorbell footage that would prove what happened?
Why would they selectively now all of a sudden release random Canton PD footage that only implicates Brian Higgins?
What do you mean?
Because Brian's not from Canton.
Well, it kind of seems like they're pulling the whole look the other way. So at first it was Karen, and then it was her Lexus, the cocktail glass, Lucky Law Friend. And now all of a sudden, when the heat starts getting more on Canton PD, now they're only going to release a certain clip with only a certain individual on it at a certain time.
Sherry wants the previous photo, please. You have to. You think I'm going to come up with the previous photo? All right. Let's do this in order. This is 6:00 at night when WBZ4 watched the CERT team with 3 unidentified Canton police officers helping them. Once again, how do you not write down who's helping you at the scene? That's it in the morning at 7 a.m. when Soccer Mom or whatever sport they play. Same picture, 7 a.m. That's it at night. CERT team zoomed in. Did I get them all there for you, for whoever was asking? And then that's Gallagher at 7 a.m. when there's a car missing right there at the front. I really want to know where the vehicles are.
I want to know where that vehicle with the plow is.
Oh, the Jeep.
Yeah, that one.
How about this?
We haven't seen a picture with that plow yet. Or that
Right.
Jeep.
Let me see.
Personally, don't think it was ever there. Ever.
No.
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 You want to know what else too? Let me get rid of these pictures. Let me see if I can pull this up from.
What time it was that you arrived at?
There's a pot in here. You know when the car comes out of the station, the dash cam footage. Oh, there we go. There's my twin. By the way, there's my twin.
He's got a much better mustache.
There's my twin.
That thing's solid right there. Solid.
Oh, let me get to the dash cam footage at the station. There was my I wish I was microdots video, right? And that's a shot. Oh, by the way, that is a Google that is a Google Earth photo of 34 Fairview. That's how narrow the driveway is at the bottom. What are you laughing at, Mullins?
Can we see the taillight on that Lexus?
Hey, what? Okay. My director, my executive director, said that I missed something.
Well, stop that.
I know, and I have to find it because here we go. Mary Malaki, $2. There you go, Mary. And now I gotta go back down here. And Mary Malaki, this is just for you. I'll tell you, Mary Malaki, I watch a lot of shows, and she's in a lot of shows. And if you want to adopt me, you can. I'm just saying. Okay.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. Now, back to, hopefully I got the right one. Where is, so yeah, there's my attempt at being microdots. But
don't even kid yourself.
Footage. Oh, he's good. He really is good.
There's nobody better.
No. Well, now I got a laptop, so it's on there. It's on.
Listen, you try. I give you props because you make an effort, but you ain't no microdots.
I'm almost there. No, I'll never be either.
And we also need to remember too that Richie was friends with John. He just didn't come out of the blue. It only works with a quote unquote defense.
Was Richie friends with John? I didn't know this.
Yeah.
This is like news to me.
Yep.
Well, that's awesome. That's
Microdots,
awesome.
yeah. So that's the reason why he's so in it, because he's like, that's my friend, and something went wrong.
Good on you, Richie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love that.
There he is kicking the berm. Where was that friggin' footage of coming out of the police station at, that was like 8, right?
I almost think this is better in reverse than it was in forward.
Oh, calm down.
John, she was talking about you.
Oh, yeah, that too. He shuts up at the end. If you play him backwards, he shuts up. No, it's somewhere. Where was the footage of that friggin' coming out of the police station? Oh, it's when he went back. It's when he went back to the station. That's why. It's before this. It's before Berkey. Here it is. All right. Okay. So, where's all his other vehicles? Remember he had 3 vehicles there? So if he's got 1, 2 other ones should be there.
They all should have been
As a courtesy.
Right?
They all should have been in the center.
Yeah, I was parking vehicle
of the parking lot, right?
Because that one's got that's a plow, but that's not a Jeep, right?
Right.
All right, let's see. And then he's got his personal vehicle, and then he's got his other vehicle. So, are any of those his?
Oh, those must be his.
All of them?
Yeah, he left
the government. It's ours. They're all ours.
It's so easy to plow around all those.
Right. Thank God he went back and moved his, because those 4 people left theirs in the middle.
Right.
If I was DPW, I'd be pissed at them.
At Higgins, yeah.
No, at all of them.
Like, you idiots, you've known for 3 days that there was a storm coming and you couldn't park around the edges?
It's almost like they only think about themselves.
Yeah. See? These are all, but these guys did. So here's the other thing. I went through the Wayback Machine, and I know. People are creatures. I don't want to give it all away. So let's say this.
Did you go on MySpace?
No, people are creatures. People are creatures of habit. When they park at work, they love to park in the exact same space all the time.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Right? People like to always park. Hey, I'm one of them. You always want to park in the same spot every day, and then you go into work. And God forbid someone parks in your spot, it just throws your whole day off, and then you got to go confront them. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You parked in my spot. Higgins loved to park in the same spot. Let's just go with that. Over the course of the years that he was parking at the police station.
Okay, get to it. Pull it up. We're getting anxious over here.
I can't pull it up. I wasn't prepared to pull up all the Google Earths from different years.
God, you're killing us.
But yeah, no, it's they all like to park in the same spot, right?
Do you have proof of this, or are you just saying this?
Well, you can go to Google Earth and go back year by year by year.
Oh my God, John! You can't just say that. You got to pull it up.
I don't have. Listen, you're lucky I can do the StreamYard. Okay. You're lucky. You're lucky. What happened? Oh, I thought Eric was paused for a moment there. No, he's moving. There you go.
Sorry.
So, no, don't be sorry. I mean, I have a ton of.
I was messing around with some stuff, and I know.
Oh, good, because I have a whole bunch of these pictures at the bottom of my screen that I was supposed to get rid of as I went, so that I wouldn't get distracted. And here I am now doing it as I'm talking to you guys. The executive director's coming back down. Hold on a minute. Wait, I got a note. Newsflash. This just came in.
What?
This breaking news.
Oh God.
Before I finish, it's Mary Malaki super chat about my porn stash, and I need to read it. So,
Jesus!
I gotta go back to Mary Malaki.
Listen, we are a PG-13 show.
She wants me to get rid of it. It will be gone, Mary. It was a one night only stash. Although Eric wants me to.
No.
Well, wait. I could do the Fu Manchu all the way down, like from the from the movie The Goon. I can do from the movie Goon.
I want the Tom Selleck mustache for the election day. Otherwise, I'm not coming.
You're gonna be folks. Don't forget, we are taking this on the road. We are going to have the Canton Chronicle mobile van.
I don't want to break any news yet, but only because we haven't really officially invited these people, but we're hoping to have some special guests.
Oh yeah.
Special
we've been asking around. We have a couple people.
Patrice Bergeron?
No, that's better. Tuesday night.
Better.
And I swear,
we love Patrice. Don't get me wrong, but
he's never going to see this. He's never going to see this. So
we got people that know what's going on,
right? Yeah,
and people that are near and dear to our hearts.
Yeah, let me get rid of a couple of these things right here, just to clear my own crap up. Hopefully, I don't lose you.
And Boozy, you'll be with us, right, for election day.
Yeah, you want to? Boozy, do you want to hang out?
What day is it?
The 8th.
I don't know. April 8th, folks. There's this. If you guys want to call in like Boozy has without putting your face up, there's the link.
Or you can put your face up. You don't have.
You could put your face up because I already know Gary's home, sitting down in his basement. If he wants to join the link, he can come
Gary,
say hi.
We'll see you in a minute.
We had the. Let's see how long it takes him to click on the link and download it and get it in his computer.
We should have our own Gary Titus segment.
I've asked him. Gary, you want to,
Yeah, give him like 5 minutes.
He always wants to come on. He always wants, But yeah, Julie, I've had it before. I had the whole Fu Manchu all the way down here.
Remember Father Guido Sarducci?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's like Gary Titus, Father Guido
it's
Sarducci.
Gary. Gary's a good guy. He takes a lot of crap from everybody, but
Gary's a great guy.
Brandy, I still get a Brandy. Did you get your shirt? I think Brandy got a shirt. I can't keep track on this.
Brandy was the first person that sported the shirt that we could take a picture of.
Oh my God, that's right. You did. Thank you. Brandy got a shirt.
Yes.
There's everybody. There's the Pricks and Ciders, in case you want a Pricks and Cider mug. They're great mugs, I'll tell you. Holds a can and a half.
You put her picture in the opener.
Not only did Brandy don her shirt, but she got like almost half naked at the Canton PD to show the
PG,
shirt.
PG,
Half
PG.
naked, half naked, not naked.
Yeah. So
All I'm saying,
anyone that
it was like 30 degrees, and we got pictures of her in the shirt.
yeah. So anyone that is looking for we got hockey pucks now. There's we got Canton Chronicle hockey pucks.
I love it.
Yeah, that was the newest thing. I worked on that last week. I got some hockey pucks. I don't even know what I did a couple things. Oh, the postcards. I think those going to be like a sellout with the John Capo because Boozy, you might get I don't know how to present this from my end on this. I got a text tonight during the show. He knows better than to text me. It's to click on Meredith O'Neill's Twitter. What Hank ordered versus what he'll get. I guess I'm like the Temu of, So that was kind of a funny little thing. I mean, they love that fucking picture. I swear to God. And you know what? Good. The more you guys post the picture, the more I'm going to try to sell them on my store.
Of what picture?
Go to Meredith O'Neill on Twitter.
Why? What happened?
Basically, it's a post of what Hank ordered versus what Hank will get. I guess what he's asking for, I think the witness intimidation charges. I don't know. But I guess I made Twitter again without even trying.
I don't see it.
Oh, yeah.
It's all
March 20th. You really don't know how to pull it up yourself?
I don't know how to get it over to my computer. I'm on the laptop. I'm not on my phone.
How does all the other YouTubers do it?
I don't know how they do it. Oh, I know. No, I can't. I can't sign in. I don't know how we do it. Anyways, but so yeah. Holy crap! So we did good, right? We did good. We brought in an assistant co-host for the night. We made it through without much swearing and not a lot of hijinks. We're good, right? No, Kroll's isn't stocking it yet. Maybe Paula's Packy is. Actually, does Paula Packy still have it? Is Paula's Packy still in Canton Center?
We're going to fix that.
We do got to get some Pricks and Cider made.
We can make that happen.
Go up to Trillium. We got to go talk to the people at Trillium.
We might go all the way out to New York where they have the Old Orchard cider there.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I was going to go talk to the guys from Sam Adams.
Listen, if Trillium wants to get involved, we're in. We'd like to keep it local.
Folks, coming up, we got to. I don't know exactly what week it's going to be, but I mean, we got the election coming up. But then, Joe Lauzon has a new place that he's going to be opening up in Canton. And I'm not going to say he's going to be twisting me into a pretzel, but we are going to have some sort of little interview with him. We have somebody. Let's just bring them on. Hello. Hello? Can I hear you?
Hey. How's it going?
Hey, JC. How's it going?
Going well. I think it was a week ago on Twitter. I had said that that I wanted to come and say hello to you guys, and then when you put up the offer, I'm like, man, I'm kind of tired, but I got to do it because what better time than now?
Well, there you go. How's it going? Do you like us? Are we doing you proud?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, you guys are a
Oh,
blast.
cool.
Where you
Where you from?
Sacramento, California.
I love that.
Sacramento, California.
That's awesome.
Holy
Yeah.
crap!
Yeah, and what's wild, I started following this case just before the first trial, and then something about the Boston accent. I mean, it's just so cool.
It's
And
awfully trashy.
Trust me, I have 3 brothers, and none of us, and we all grew up in the same house, but my oldest brother is a lawyer. We speak nothing alike. The next oldest brother is a teacher. We speak nothing alike. Then there's me. I'm the ditch digger in the family, and then I got a younger brother, 10 years younger, who's in the he's into politics, and we speak nothing alike. So, so you got the ditch digger.
Now, what's funny, when I was going to college, I did customer service or tech support, and so I spent a lot of time on the phones, and so I've gotten good at listening to voices. And I don't know, a couple of years ago, I had to call Comcast for something, and I'm talking to somebody, this lady, real nice lady, and no accent, but there was one word that she said where I kind of slipped out. I was like, "Are you from Boston?" And she kind of laughed. She's like, "Yeah, that sometimes slips out."
That's the worst when your Boston slips out. Oh, how'd your date go? Oh, it went great till his Boston slipped out. Yeah. So how did you
Yeah, go ahead.
how did you find us?
It's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, either, you know what? Actually, you know what it was? It was probably one of your guests from a couple of weeks ago. Somebody that you had on that I wanted to watch.
The girl from Ohio?
The attorney, Nan?
Oh, we had Nan.
Oh yeah,
And we had,
it could have been that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
happy. We're happy
Yeah,
you joined us all the way from California. That's
I know.
fantastic.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, I've been hooked on this case ever since. Okay.
So what do you think happened?
So what's interesting about especially once you've watched the entire trial, even from a scientific standpoint, when you're investigating something, you can learn not only by what you see, but what you don't see. And when so many different people, like how throughout the trial there'll be some random comments, and you're like, now why the hell did they say that? Because it has nothing to do with anything. So then, but you're like, wait, but that's probably a clue, right? So obviously things like tell him the guy never went in the house.
Tell the guy he never went inside the house. Yep.
Tell him the guy
And
came in the side.
whenever you tell somebody like, hey, tell them, this, and then you say exactly that. I don't care who you are, but that says I'm telling you a false statement that we want to reiterate, and when you say exactly, you're confirming it, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
How long have you been following what's going on in Canton, or just the Karen Reed case?
Just before the first trial, and since then I've gone back and watched like all the pretrial stuff from before. And actually, I had first heard about it from I used to watch Nick Rekieta, and he had Turtle on, and that was the first time I'd heard about the case. And it was just kind of one of those, huh. And then I didn't really look into it after that until I don't know, a lot of it Well, I've watched a lot of law tubers over the years, and people started, just everybody, probably Ian Runkle, that was starting to follow the case, and then Emily Baker, and um,
So here's the thing.
yeah,
I grew up in the town, and I graduated with several people that are involved in this. And Eric also grew up in the town, and we heard a lot of rumors and stories well before Turtle Boy started his podcasts. So we had already known that like something was going on, but we weren't invested in it,
sure.
so to speak, until we started seeing more and more and more come out. And like I said, we know the chief of police. We know the old chief of police. We know some of the Canton police officers. We know the detectives. I graduated with Lank, with Brian Lochran, Lucky Lochran, the plow driver. With
Yeah.
So it hits home with us. And what sucks is you've got people on both sides of the argument.
Mm-hmm.
I for one want to say, I believe she didn't do it. And there's a lot of people in this town
Oh, it's
that think
absolutely
she
clear
did.
that she didn't.
Right.
Correct.
But there's people in this town out of whether it's they've come to their own conclusions or it's out of just loyalty, believe she did do it. And that's where it's just literally that's just where the line is drawn in the sand. And that's what makes it hard. And so that's why we ask any of these outsiders, like, what do you think? Like once you, from people from all over the country that like here, you're in California. We just saw somebody else that said they're in Oregon, Salem, Oregon. Like people are watching this and we want to know, like, what do you think? So that we don't feel like it's just us,
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the thing. I uh, being an Army reservist for a long time. I mean, I'm all about Americans. I mean, we're all Americans. We all live under the Constitution. We all have rights, and those are important. And so when it's like when somebody's having their rights abused, that's one of us. I mean, you
Yeah.
know.
Absolutely.
So, but yeah, there's so many things that I really am. Even though the funny thing is, even though I she does not deserve a second trial, I I'm looking forward to the phenomenal lawyering. I mean, Alessi. Oh my gosh,
Alessi is amazing.
You know what? You know what I see lately the last couple of weeks, and I hate saying this way, but I see such confidence in Karen and her
Yeah.
team that I think she's looking forward to this trial. And again, I wish this on nobody to ever go through this, but to see her and the way she has carried herself over the last couple of weeks, she's ready.
and I would say that the look that perfectly highlights how she feels is the one from what was it, Thursday morning, when she's just glaring at
Oh
Hank.
yeah.
Oh, when they walked into that other
Yeah.
court.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how about this? How about this? That the court officer went and got them a chair.
Isn't that awesome?
And you see that the court officer went and got a chair. And so tell me that they didn't know, that the court officer's like, oh, I'm good. I mean,
That's respect.
Well, I
Respect.
think the court officers respect Karen at this stage and her team.
At this point, yeah.
And they accommodated them to the best of their, what they thought they should do. And hey, they did the right thing as far as, what we saw.
Well, and the most frustrating thing to realize is, I mean, by watching this trailer, you learn a lot about our, really all about our our justice system, our constitution, and you realize that there's almost nothing you can do when when the government
It's a
wants to
machine.
railroad you.
It's a
Yeah,
machine.
like you're
The ma-
forced. Like there's nobody there. There's nobody. I mean, even though there's technically somebody always above that can do something, they almost never do, and so you have to just fight it.
and now you know
And
why so many people, at least in this town, keep their mouth shut. None of my business. Don't let it affect me. I don't want to say look the other way, but it's basically it's got nothing to do with me. I'm keeping my mouth shut and I don't want it to I don't want to speak up because if I speak up, now my life is ruined.
Hey, John, you and I, we'll, let's be honest. We worry every time we go on the highway or anywhere.
You guys
God
are the ones
forbid-
that just told me, hey,
God-
Mass State Police are looking out for you. I'm like, oh, that's great.
100%, they know every one of us.
They called me
They know
out.
Boozy. They know you. They know me. They know the Sweeneys.
I didn't even tell Mullins this.
know
I did not want
everybody.
to tell Mullins this, that they're like not happy with me for some reason. Whatever.
Here's the
It is
deal,
what it is.
though. But once they know everything about you, what else can they really do? So like, God forbid, now they're going hard on me. I don't care anymore. Let them out.
Right? Exactly.
You have lit the ass underneath a Taurus with 5 planets in Capricorn. Good
God love ya.
fucking luck. Good luck.
God love ya.
I
for
usually
you.
think about the scene from Jurassic Park. When the two guys are meeting, and he's like, "Hey, don't say my name out loud." It's like, "We've got Dodson here." Like nobody cares. Like, what are they gonna do?
Well, I'm so happy. I'm happy that a few things. One, the link worked. Two, that Jeremy, Jeremy, you're the first real call in that we've taken. All right.
Awesome.
So I want to thank you for doing this. And I hope that we'll be able to do this again and that you stay with us.
Oh, absolutely. I recognize we're all people, and it can be intimidating at first, but I've done it a few times on other shows, and it's like, hey.
Oh, trust me.
Let's chat.
Trust me. On our StreamYard, it gives us a countdown to when the show, like say, we're doing 7:00 on Sunday, and Eric will tell you it'll start counting down that last hour and be like, hey, 57 minutes. And and when we hit 30 minutes, that's when I'm just
That's
like,
when the
I
nerves
can't.
start kicking.
And
in.
I'm like, and to me, I'm like, I did this not for you, no offense, not for you guys. I did this for the people of Canton. I was trying to come up with, and it's 100% true back in November, I got tired of watching some of the other YouTubers bicker, and I wasn't having fun and enjoying myself watching them all anymore. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do it myself, but I want it to be about Canton, not just Karen Reed.
Mm-hmm.
But because we're from Canton, Karen Reed's part of it. So I want it to be like, just an extension, and I wanted to open it up to anyone at all that wanted to talk from Canton. And you can see over there on the screen, I got Gary. He's another guy from Canton, but I muted him because his phone was echoing. But that's what it was. I was like, and I know it's going to take some time for some of the other people to actually trust us on some of the topics that on a night that's like, listen, like the election night, the election is going to be about the election, not going to be about Karen Reed. It's going to be about the election.
And John,
so if
let's spill it all out. I mean, the honest to goodness truth is, this show's different because you and I can't wait for it not to exist.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's
well, I shouldn't say not. I shouldn't say not exist. I still want to be able to do different things around town, whether it's the road race, whether it's the 4th of July road race, and we go live for that. The election, we go live for that. We didn't
didn't create this show
No.
for that. It'd be nice
Right.
to do that, but at the end of the day, if I could say, John, peace out. I've had enough. It's going to be because things are
right.
Things
Because
are right
now
again.
things are. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the most important thing is that community makes a difference. Just interaction with others, rather than us all being in our own houses and not talking to anybody. Like coming together, the truth dies in darkness. So we expose it as much as we can. It makes it better.
It's funny you say that because that's one of the things I've lived on is just like I feel like if I don't say anything, I'm not doing the right thing.
100%.
And that's where I'm at. That's literally where I'm at. I'm like, I think I'm doing the right thing. And I'll tell you, I now know I'm doing the right thing because of the amount of people that come into this.
Yeah.
That text me afterwards or the next day and say, hey, just want to let you know XYZ. And I'm like, oh my God.
I just thought of something. I've seen your name on Twitter for quite a while, and what's
Dixie.
funny is I loved I laughed so hard. Was it Nan that didn't realize, but like what it actually?
No. It was the two girls from. Nan knew.
Okay.
Nan knew.
Oh, it was somebody.
It was the two
somebody
girls
did.
from Ohio. It was the Video Jesus and her friend
right,
Lacey.
Abby. Okay.
Abby and her friend, and they
That was
didn't get
great.
it right away. Yeah, no. So
I love it.
I'm a 15-year-old in a 50-something body. That's all.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
Well, I'll duck out and let this other gentleman. Hello. Let him
That's
talk.
Gary. That's Gary. And you know
Hi,
what?
Gary.
I can't believe how
Hello.
patient he was tonight.
Gary's our favorite townie.
Gary grew up in Canton, and he was he was a famous DJ for a number of years, and then
He had a
and
mustache back in the day that would
he
blew
used to
yours
weigh
away.
almost
By the way,
he used to weigh almost 300 pounds, but then he got into the Ozempic, and now he doesn't, right? No, go ahead, Gary.
shaved
Gary,
his mustache, got rid of the cigars.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's a quitter. He's totally a quitter. He quit drinking. He quit smoking. He quit everything.
There's the cigars.
Right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's down at Rocky Patel's place in Naples, Florida. He's a big cigar salesman.
Gary, nobody likes a quitter.
I've quit a lot of things lately. Quit a lot of things lately. I want to go out in style, I think.
Yeah. Gary had Gary, did you have another colonoscopy or not?
Not yet, no, but I
Rescheduling.
will. I will.
Yeah. So, but Jeremy,
I drove the poor guy from Sacramento off the screen.
I know you just he's gone.
He was a
Jeremy. Jeremy, thank you for calling in and being our first ever caller. That's awesome, dude. It worked. It fucking worked.
Oh yeah, that's the way to take calls, John.
I know.
Absolutely.
Everything's worked.
Like it this way.
Dude, I can't believe first thing, no trolls. B, I got a co-host. C, I got an assistant co-host or a fill-in co-host. D, I had call-ins, and E, I got Gary whenever we throw up the
we
link.
need to see Boozy's smiley face. By the way, this isn't going to work every week.
I'm currently eating French fries, so that's not happening.
Oh, perfect.
Oh my God,
You're on the right
Boozy!
show.
Boozy, that's what I had for dinner too. Mullins made me some poutine. I had French fries with cheese curds and gravy.
Watch your mouth.
Are you joking? I love poutine.
Oh, she makes me that almost every Sunday. Yeah.
Wait, I want some.
Real cheese curds. Yeah. Yeah.
So John, did I miss it? Did I miss it, or what's your take on all of the announcements? By a certain party that what's going to happen with the audit information.
It's going to show some low-level things that they could improve, and
everything else went up in smoke. Just saying.
Yeah.
Did you think anything different?
No.
No.
Hey,
I've
Gary.
known for a few weeks now. Yeah,
Gary.
I've known for a few weeks.
I'm the audit team now.
I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now.
No, it is what it is. I mean, I'm torn because from all accounts, Tim Taylor's a really good guy, and from all accounts, what happened is a shame.
Yeah.
That being said, what happened happened, and you know what? What they should have done is instead of sweeping it under the rug, they should have done the right thing, and they should have just at least sent it to the courts and let the courts deal with it, and then that way it doesn't look like they did the wrong thing and hiding it under the rug, because what they did was worse. And we'll see what happens from that. And there's a lot of things that are on the record that they're going to have to answer for.
Yeah.
No matter what, there's a lot of stuff they're gonna have to answer for.
They're going to have to answer for it.
In current
Whether
events,
yeah.
In current events, I'm also very upset with what happened to a nice girl holding a sign for
What
Susan
happened?
Harrington yesterday.
Yeah, what happened?
What happened?
She was harassed by two gentlemen from Canton on the other side, and told to F off and leave the town and take Turtle Boy with you.
There's no.
Listen, people.
Wait, who was this?
A nice girl that was holding a sign for Susan Harrington was harassed by two very, very active people on the internet on a certain page that thinks that they're first.
Shame on them.
Yeah.
You know what? It's a freaking election. All right?
Yeah.
You're going to have people that support John Conley. You're going to have people that support Susan Harrington. There's no need to make it ugly. It's an election. It's not the end of the world when one of these candidates doesn't win.
If they're the people that I'm thinking of, they can't help themselves, John. This is what they do, and unfortunately,
They can help themselves.
they should help themselves. I'm just saying they can help themselves.
They can. You are proof of your actions. You can absolutely stop, take a moment, think about what you're going to do before you're going to do it. And if they're going to continue doing this, I mean, it's going to get worse.
I agree.
Yeah, there's no need for such animosity. Oh, holy crap! I said animosity in the right sentence.
Wow!
Holy
No,
crap!
but you said a word.
My brain just went like, dude.
Can
Like
you
the
spell it?
minute I said it, it's like, hey, you said it right. Look at you.
You used another 50-cent word earlier too.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you said trudge.
Wow!
That was an accident.
There's no way I said that on purpose.
You did.
There's no way.
You used it in a sentence as well.
There's no way I said that on purpose.
You said as they're
I think I checked
trudging
my-
through the snow.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
you did.
And
Well, maybe
trudging
I did.
means walking
Yeah.
with a purpose.
Yeah.
I love that.
I will
checked my-
expose.
Well
these people,
done,
by the
John.
way.
Well done.
Yeah.
I will expose
just-
these people. It was two of the three people that are the only ones that comment on Canton First.
Yeah, I've had.
Hey, Gary, did you watch earlier when Guy DiGirolamo announced his school committee candidacy?
Oh, did you see that?
Yeah, I'm looking
No,
at
I
it. Right
did
now.
not. I'll have to.
Can
I
you put
joined
that?
at
Can you put that
8:10.
picture up? We'd like to see it.
Yes.
This-
You guys talk. Give
this
me
is
30 seconds. Let me
legendary.
see. Wait, listen. While you guys talk, give me 30 seconds. Let me see
Gary,
if I can
wait
do it in
till you
30
see this
seconds.
picture of my father. You're gonna
Okay,
love
you
it.
guys go.
This is
Wow.
old school, but it's awesome.
Well, I remember. I remember your dad back in the day.
Oh yeah, 100%. He was.
Yeah. Yep.
Here,
He's looking for it.
here.
He's looking for
No,
it.
no, no.
Gonna make it happen.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Gaetano.
Oh, I'll get it. I'll get it in that time. I'll have it. in that-
No, gotta finish it. Dun, 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 dun. Do I keep going? Dun,
one more.
dun,
It's almost-
dun. Ah, good
Here we go.
lord.
You'll get bagged on
Bam!
YouTube.
I got it. I got it.
Yes.
It's coming up. There it is. Look at me. Holy crap.
That's
That was like
Wow.
20
well
seconds.
Done. Well done.
That is a Frank and Vinny's haircut right there.
That is a Frank and Vinny's haircut. Hey, Gary, did you know that prior to it being Frank and Vinny's, it was Digi's?
It was who?
Digi's.
As in Digiramo.
As in
Was it really?
Girolamo, and it was owned by if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm pretty confident on this that it was owned by my father's uncle Damien DiGirolamo.
Yeah.
And when he moved to California, he sold it to Frank and Vinny.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I did not know that because it was always, as long as I can remember, Frank and
Frank
Vinny's.
and Vinny's, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, Frank and Vinny's moved.
Yeah,
when I
that's
was
right.
a kid, they had moved.
They moved. They went down closer to where D&E is now, to the right of it, I believe.
Yeah. Now my barber was Frank the barber. He was on the corner of Rockland and Washington Street.
Yeah.
And you guys don't remember this because you're not old enough, but Candy Delight. Remember Candy Delight from the Cobb's Corner?
No, I went to Jim's Variety.
Well, Candy Delight was a candy store. And it was right next to Papagino's up in Stoughton. But at first, it was in Canton Center, in this building right here.
Gary,
that
that's Rockland Street right there, Gary.
Well, you can see the barber hole on the window.
Yeah, right. You can. Behind the tank. Behind the tank.
The fella's name was Frank Brueggemann. And
wait, is that where the cobbler is right now?
That is where the cobbler is.
Yeah, we have a cobbler still in town. I had my hockey gloves repalmed there. Yeah.
And that of course the Canton Cash store, Canton Cash shoe store is where Rosetta's is now.
Which used to be Rosario's.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man,
Mario's,
imagine if the town still looked like that.
It was Mario's.
Yeah, imagine if the town still looked like that, like with the facades and the balconies and all that stuff. Oh,
Gary, do you remember Agnes Bender?
I do.
Oh, I do.
She was great.
She was my music teacher.
She came into Big E's quite a few times.
Yeah.
And
wait. Was she music?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I remember she used to drive around Canton in the old station wagons that had the wood paneling on it, but she would have a dog that she dressed up and drive around town with the dog dressed up in the passenger seat, like it was, in a tuxedo or something.
A very nice and very smart woman, by the
way.
Hey, Boozy. Boozy.
I'm just sitting here enjoying my French fries and you guys talk.
Boozy, I need you to take over for a minute and just watch those two. Make sure they don't do anything stupid. I'll be right back.
They're not the ones I have to worry about. What are you talking about?
John, we'll see you in 45 seconds.
He didn't even put up the flag. He just left. Okay.
He put you in charge, Boozy.
So I had the man cold all day.
How you feeling, Gary? All right? You look good.
I had the man cold. Yeah. Me and my 14 chins are looking good. I had the man cold all day, and I've been watching TV and movies and taking naps, and hopefully get up and go out tomorrow.
Well, we're happy you stayed up late enough to watch us.
Well, usually I don't get home until 8:30. I got on at 8:10 tonight.
Nice.
So I have to go and watch the beginning of the program later.
Yeah, John was at his best back then. He's a little off his game right now.
I will say, apparently something happened at the beginning that I completely missed out on.
Well, yeah, he was ragging on you.
Are you serious? Again?
Nothing bad. It was, he loves you. Don't get me wrong. It's just that, he picked on you a little bit.
Chat, you got to start picking on John because he's going to keep picking on me, and we need to flip the tables.
I already told him I'm ready to, if I'm not getting fired, he's getting fired, and you and I are going to take over.
Yeah.
You can be the host. I'll be the co-host. I don't want a promotion or anything.
No, I don't want to be the host.
Oh, you could do it, though.
I like being like Vanna White.
That's not bad either.
Just let me flip the things. Just put the things up.
Listen, Vanna wouldn't be hot. I mean, the pitch is beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but Vanna would put herself on live.
Okay, if you would have seen me right now, I literally texted. I was like, I'm doing laundry. I can't go live. He's like, just come on.
Listen, we're the neighborhood show. That's all we are. We're not. There's no vanity here.
Oh, friggin' Mullins gave it away. Look at her.
He's back.
Mullins! The
Not for
meatloaf!
nothing. We can
The
literally hear.
meatloaf!
No, we can hear you coming back. Thud, 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 thud,
Oh, you heard
thud.
me coming down the stairs.
Yeah, you fucking heavy ass elephant feed.
John, the next time we have the show, you need to order the Town Spa pizzas.
Oh,
And we'll
No, no, no. Union Villa. No, Union Villa. That's the one thing Yuri's got right.
Where is the Union Villa?
Right down the street from Town Spa.
Oh, really? I've never been.
Yeah. Oh, my God, their pizza's so much better.
Listen, if you're buying, I'm in.
Yeah.
You know what? Listen, we made a couple dollars tonight. I'll tell you that, and I will use that on everybody else. A lot of $1.99. Richie Schiffer, $1.99.
We love Rich.
You know,
Good man.
You could
Thanks.
totally Uber Eats it to all of us.
Mr. Chain Link.
Uber. No. We'll do a Chronicle night out.
Neil Kelleher is here. Nice to see you, Neil.
You know. Oh, Neil. Neil's son. My stepdaughter went to school together. Yep. Yeah. What were you guys talking about while I was away?
You
What'd I miss?
Replacing you.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was
You
only
were
a
out.
matter of time. This is why I never leave the seat.
You're
This
lucky
is-
you came back because we were
This
just
is
about
why I
to
never
cut
leave
you
the
out.
seat. I know.
We got noticed that
Gary,
you're
how
coming
much of the show did you get to see?
I got on at 8:10.
So you saw. Here's my biggest takeaway from tonight. Julie Nagel says she looked out the window and saw the car move up, move up, move up. Then gets up, goes out the front door. Matt watches her go out the front door. Hears Brian say, "Oh, someone's out front." He gets up, goes to the front door with Jen. They see Karen move up, move up, move up. Pretty much that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah,
And there's no Jeep. And there was no Jeep.
I saw a lot of that. I saw the discussion. Yeah, nice.
Oh, and
nice
we have a
mug, by
Pricks
the
Inside
way.
a mug. Like that mug? Huh?
Very nice.
I know. I don't know. I don't know what it's made of.
Ceramic?
Fine China. Ceramic from somewhere. I don't know. There's a
Fine
sticker on it.
China.
Did you wash it when it came into the house?
She did. It was in bubble wrap, but she washed it.
All right,
Mullins washed it. I mean, it's brand new.
You and I
Who
wouldn't
washes
have-
something
we would have
brand
just
new?
taken it right out of the container.
I would have taken it right out of the bubble wrap, but no. I asked. I go, where's my mug? I washed it. It's brand new. No. She's probably gonna do the same thing to the
You
freaking
don't
bathing
wash
suit
the
when it
sheets
shows up.
before you sleep on them.
No, they're in a package. Has anybody ever? You go to Bed and Bath, you get your sheets, 3,000 count, right?
I suppose.
Gary, what are your sheets? Do you even know what count your sheets are?
I go to Ocean State Job Lot and get my sheets.
Hey, no, Ocean State Job Lot has some good stuff.
They do. They got a lot.
They
of good
really
jackets
do.
and stuff. I like Ocean State. I'll tell you, the other thing, we have a Family Dollar near us. Holy crap! The stuff that's in the Family Dollar, you never knew.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not brand name, but they got a ton of good stuff.
My friend swears by going to the Dollar Tree. Swears by it.
Yeah.
We, but my wife likes to go to the Family Dollar and those stores, quite a bit. Especially with the new one in the house. It's fun to get some little playthings for her. But honestly, they couldn't see the Lexus move up 62 feet past the flagpole.
Because remember, the windows they were looking out were the ones closest to the driveway, not the other windows in the house.
Yeah.
The stuff they remember versus the stuff that they can't remember. That's what really gets me.
Who in your opinion was the best at? I don't recall. I don't remember.
Oh, that was Colin. It was. I think I had. Oh my God! I think it was almost 40.
They were all very good at it, though.
No, I think Colin had over 40. I don't remember. Yeah, I mean, I did a whole. I did a whole thing on it. With I'm a good driver, and then the other one. the two worst witnesses is Colin and Tristan. Those two were just, they weren't telling you anything. Yeah, I met him at the bar.
Tristan sounded a lot like Short and Shiny.
Waterfall bar. Yeah. I had the chicken fingers. You know,
Eric, behind you, by the way,
shovel.
the viaduct behind you.
Yes.
They did a Canton Cable 8 special one time when they were, fixing up the viaduct, and my brother Bill went inside with a camera.
Oh, my brother was one of the only 4 to go inside too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. There was only 4 people allowed inside that structure.
That's awesome.
The fire chief.
That's like better than going inside the Green Monster at Fenway.
We should get Gary. We need to get your brother on some night.
Listen, everybody's been inside. I mean, some people have like urinated inside there. I don't know about the viaduct.
Inside the Green Monster.
Manny.
Manny. Yeah, exactly.
Manny took a dump. Manny took a dump inside the Green Monster.
Be nice. In a
he
bucket.
did. In a bucket. He did. Manny,
Gary, aren't you glad you came on?
We've slid downhill very quickly.
We've gained viewers, but we've slid downhill.
Oh, so hey, by the way, so Karen, yes, inside the viaduct, it's all hollow, and it's pretty dry inside each. So each bay that you're looking at behind you, they're all hollow. You can pull one of the rocks out and look inside. So back when they wanted to see if the viaduct could withstand high-speed trains going across it, when they wanted to bring the Acela online, they had to do a huge survey or whatever they had to do, and make sure that the viaduct was sturdy enough that it could handle a train going across at a good speed. So yeah, they looked into the structure of the viaduct.
Gary, is that the reason your brother was inside the viaduct? Was during that study, or was it?
Yeah. They Canton Cable was filming it, of course, and Bill, Canton Cable's 25, 30 years ago now.
Oh yeah, it's more than that.
30? No, it's older than that,
Like
Gary.
40.
Gary. Eric worked for Canton Cable, or
yes.
volunteered, I should say, right? I did.
Billy was like my mentor. Back, Ernie St. Jean hooked me up with Billy.
Yep.
When he was at Cable 8, I was in high school, and Billy set me up to be the first person that ever did a live video feed from the school committee.
No kidding.
Wow.
And I was a cameraman on the town meetings at the high school. Back when they used to park the van outside, the van was the control room, and they had all the cables going out.
Billy
and
was.
I had the headsets on. They tell me who zoom in on and everything.
Up on that's Bailey Street up there where.
Oh yeah.
It was. Is it still there? I don't know.
No, it's at Blue Hills now.
It's at Blue Hills now. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
but Gary knows. Gary had the Tubs and Tubbier with my brother George, and they did horror movies. They did music videos. Remember when you guys did the Flood? John Flood, the representative.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
And George is eating the plate of beans.
He was eating the beans, and they kept getting Flood going, like he smelled George farting. Yeah.
Oh, George is so happy right now.
There's a lot of those on YouTube. You can Google or look for, and they're on there. A Cable 8 Christmas. Where George was
the Ponset Nightmare.
Yeah, where George was the bartender at Big D's.
Or when he was the Christmas tree, and you guys used to have man on the street asking people questions and stuff.
Yep.
Every week, my brother's like, "Can you just not mention me at all, please?" He wants nothing to do with any of this. He's just. It is. He's a chicken. He's a pussy. He wants nothing to do with the show. Wants nothing to do with Karen Reed. He wants nothing. He just wants to be left alone. Right?
But he watches.
That's his
He
choice.
watches. Oh, he watches because every week he's like, "Dude, I asked you. Dude, can you just not say my friggin' name?" Sorry. Yeah. I've lived with you my whole life. Not lived with you.
Hi, George.
We've been together my whole life.
Hi, George.
Yeah. Hi, George.
That
You
is
know?
his right. That's his right.
I get it, but he's like, I got to take phone calls from everybody. Like, you're feeding your brother crap. No, he's not. My brother hasn't given me one damn thing. All right.
Feeding it all to me.
Yeah. No.
I'm kidding.
He is the man to ask if you want to know something about Canton history. He's the one to ask.
Yeah. If you want to hide a body.
Oh, and I have
sorry.
questions.
It's Berkey. Sorry. Berkey hides the bodies. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
man.
it is what it is. George and I had a small little run when we were doing the Brothers in Cars. Then I got divorced and I moved to Walpole and just things, we did the Halloween pumpkin carving thing. But we didn't do it as much as we did. And then when the Karen Reed thing hit, we did that one interview on the Jerk, and that was it for him. He was out. He even said, he goes, listen, I'm a lawyer. I want to believe that, let's let the courts handle it and everything will, go
How's
the
that
right
working
way.
out so far?
Well,
we saw the first trial. We've seen all the evidence.
Right.
Decide for yourself.
Right. So yeah. So me and George see things very differently. We still love each other and we still hang out. We do a bunch of things, but this is the one thing that we do not have. And so I got Eric instead. Eric's my new big brother on the screens.
There you go.
And then we got our stepdaughter Boozy. So
There you go.
yeah,
There they are.
Who's eating her.
And our
eating her
special
french
guest,
fries.
Gary.
Yeah.
Gary, we're going to have a regular segment for you.
All right.
I know. We got to get your brother to come on and tell us about spring training and some kind of. He's got to give us a spring training story.
Your chances of getting George on are better.
Well, that's not saying much. 'cause
Maybe
that
we
ain't
get a
happening.
bolt on.
That ain't happening.
No, I mean, I understand, Eric, I commend you for doing all the standouts and everything like that. And you and Whitey and Peter and everybody else. But, I understand why people don't, can't or don't go out and do those as well. And there's a point to my saying this is that it's the silent majority. It's the silent majority that's going to make the change in Canton.
I believe that.
And we have to get the silent majority out there. If the 903 people that signed up for the police audit got 10 people each, that would be 9,000 votes.
You're not getting 9,000 people to vote in this election.
John, don't be a Debbie Downer here. This is
No, I'm not being a Debbie. I'm a realistic person. I'm a real. Okay, Gary.
I'll take 5,000. I'll take 5,000.
Let's go right through. Gary. Total amount of voters this election. What do you say?
Well, it was 900 and 800, so that's 1,700 people. I don't know. I'm not good with the numbers. I'm going to say,
give me something.
Close
Come
to
up with
$6,000.
I'm with
You think
Gary.
6,000 people are going to vote in this election?
Between 5,000 and 6,000.
Yeah.
Eric, you think 5,000 people are going to vote? Total voters.
I think you could have it on Easter.
Boozy?
They would
Boozy,
show
what
up
do you
to
think?
vote before they go to church.
Boozy,
Yeah.
what do you think?
I don't know.
Give me a number.
Boozy,
What do you think's gonna-
I believe there's around 21,000 registered voters. Is that about right, Gary?
And it's the most important election I can ever remember.
Yeah. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't
You
know if
think
enough
she
people.
does dishes? She's a Swiftie.
Step away from the dishes.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Boozy, anytime we want to start, we can get rid of John. Don't worry about it.
Listen, I'm just trying to help with the people that are making comments.
Did you really just try to bring up me being a Swiftie again?
No, that was in the comments.
Do you know what it's like having a Swiftie on your side? Okay, you want to call us unhinged? We are super smart. We figured out the whole Kanye West thing before the Kanye West thing went down. Don't
Karen
even start
thinks
with
it's
me.
over 5,000. I'm going to tell you guys all.
Oh, so there he goes.
No
Now
more
I'm
than
going to backtrack.
4,200.
I'm not going to make fun of Boozy because she's going to go on a rant about Taylor Swift. You're fucking right, I will.
No more than 4,200 are going to
Same.
vote in this next election.
Wow.
I listen. 4,200's good. If it's 1,000, 2,000, that's not.
You
gonna-
need 1,100. John Conley's base is 1,100.
Exactly.
All right. If he gets another 500 excited, now you're looking at 1,600. 1,600
need
against
5,000
another
people
1,600
to
is
show up.
3,200. So I actually, and I think we're all going to be over on the prices right here. It's not going to be. I mean, I picked 42, and I think that's going to be high.
Well, I will tell you this. I had a nice conversation with somebody yesterday up at Starbucks having coffee with the candidate, and somebody said, how do you think she's going to do? And I said, I think that it's going to be the silent majority that comes out and votes, and they're going to make the difference. Got to get the silent majority out there. Got to get people, that want change, that don't want business.
We're going to be live. We're going to swing by a couple of the different polls, and then we're going to set up shop at Town Hall. If they allow us in, we're in. If they don't, we got a mobile studio outside.
Gary, I asked your next door neighbor today who he thought was going to win, and he reluctantly said, "I think she's going to win by a landslide."
I really like that guy. I really like that guy.
I don't know that he's going to vote the same way you are, but that's just the comment he made.
Is he going to vote?
Yeah, he probably will vote because that's
all that matters. You know what? It's one thing. You gotta just give him the other candidate. You got to give him his base.
Mm-hmm.
You got to give him his base. But I got to tell you something. For the last 3 years in Canton, there's been the base has been shifting. Base has been shifting. The concerns have been shifting. I don't have a bad thing to say about John. I don't have a bad thing to say about Helena, but I got to tell you something. I don't like the way things have gone in Canton, and that's why I want change. And that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, that is okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yep. And I've known Helena since she was a little girl. Her dad, Vinny, before he was a policeman, was a bartender at Big D's for a while. And a hard worker too. I mean, a real hard worker. With what he did. He used his hands very well. I can remember, John from going way back too. John has never refused a phone call from me. Helped the family out many times when we were closing down, and he got citations for everybody. But we're talking about things that are very important in the town of Canton right now. I don't want business as usual, and there is nothing wrong with that. I want change.
And
there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that, and that's why people shouldn't be yelling and screaming at people just because you're voting for someone else to take the baton and continue to move forward with the town.
I think we can also appreciate that, John has accomplished a lot in 30 years or 30 plus years. And that's great. That really is great. But that doesn't necessarily translate into him necessarily being the right person right now.
That's right.
So
we saw footage from a couple meetings in which they kind of, I don't want to say attack, but they attacked George. And George stood up in the meeting and basically said, hey, to him and John, that they've been friends for so long and this and that, and it really hurt George's feelings that John let politics get in the way of their friendship on some, something. It had nothing to do with me. If I could go back and look at it, it had to do with the CPA stuff, right? And that was between George and John. But George still swears, and he'll say it over and over. He loves John, right? John and I don't have the same relationship. We don't have a relationship, and it stems all the way back from the whole Free the Res days. And that's why I have an issue with John, because John took the side of everybody around the res trying to shut the town out. And whether you can say I held it against him, this, whatever, to this day, I swear to God, and some of these people that are watching that saw what happened last year, I will, to the end of the earth, defend Tom Theodore. Tom Theodore is a really, really nice guy.
Absolutely.
He got thrown to the wolves. He didn't handle things well. But I 1,000,000% support Tom Theodore in anything. If Tom called me up saying, hey, John, would you help? Absolutely. I would go out of my way to make sure I was there for Tom Theodore. Would I do the same for John? No, probably not. Because I know the difference between what Tom Theodore thought about the whole Free the Res stuff and all the stuff that went down with shutting down the meetings and this and that, and the way John handled things. And that's just it. That's it in a nutshell.
Yeah. That Free the Res thing came up. I mean, it kind of blindsided everybody, the way it worked out, the way, that it ended up. We were expecting the road to launch your boats, down at the Earl Newhouse waterfront. And now they've blocked it off so that it's a chore to drag a canoe or a kayak in there.
And people made fun of me for my chicken costume, my elephant costume, all this stuff. They don't remember my brother and I showing up to those meetings with paddles instead of pitchforks. Right? We were there in town hall with giant paddles sitting there in the back row. As a symbol. People want to say, oh, this is the idiot that wears the costumes. Yeah, well, you know why? Because the costumes got greater effect than the people who got up to the mic for 3 minutes and yelled and screamed for 3 minutes.
So you've been an activist longer than than you've been growing whiskers.
Yeah, it was longer than the Karen Reed shit. It's because I love this town. We skated on the res.
Yeah, that's all.
Right? You want a boat on the res? I caught a 4-pound bass on the res. There's things in this town that you still want to be.
I used to pound the ice with the butt of my stick, my hockey stick, to drink the water when I was thirsty. probably the reason I am where I am now. But I'm still here. I'm still here. What, you didn't do that?
I skated on Klein's Pond. There was no way I was going to drink the water that was in Klein's Pond.
Oh, Gary, do you remember that dinosaur?
Yeah.
Boozy, we used to have a giant dinosaur on an island on a pond right by Bolivar Field. You know where Bolivar Field is, the Rotary off of Pleasant Street?
Why a dinosaur?
Gary, you can answer that one. I don't know. It was a huge dinosaur.
I think the dinosaur actually came from an antique store up in Stoughton, right where Wendy's is.
It was like a brontosaurus, right? Wasn't it a giant brontosaurus?
Yeah, I think it was once up in Stoughton, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm going to find out about that. George will know. He knew where it went. It got shipped off somewhere. It was huge. It was a giant brontosaurus that they had on an island. They had a little bridge that went over to an island in the little lake right there, right next to right by Bolivar Field.
Little pond.
Yeah.
Alan Klein's was a high school athlete, great in track.
And they had a gun store in their garage.
Sure did. And Alan used to practice the hammer throw on the ice.
Yes, Duval. It was Duval Field before we said Bolivar Field. Yes, it's Duval.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was Klein's gun shop, and he had a giant brontosaurus out on an island. Yeah.
And we used to come through the back fences on Diana, where A Digi lives, and we used to come through the fences and go through there and go out and skate. And you know who was always with us skating were all the McNeese brothers.
He was my Donnie McNeese was my hockey coach when I was a peewee.
Yeah, I can remember Donnie and Mike and John and playing hockey with Dad out in the ice.
So Donnie played at UMass, right?
know.
Northeastern. I think he played either at Northeastern or UMass. He played Division One, I believe.
Yeah.
And he right out of college, he started coaching. And I was, a little kid, and we were over in Randolph. And it was still, I know it was still, I was still young enough that my father was going to tie my skates for me. So we're running into the locker room. My father's behind me. And I yell out, I go, "I'm sorry I'm late, Donnie." And I'll tell you right now, my father never once put his hands on me. My father never hit me. But this one time, with one hand, my father grabbed me right by the chest and put me into the wall. And I lost my breath, and now the door's open and all the kids are looking out. And Donnie McNeese, who's a big guy, right, is grabbing my father's wrist, trying to let go, break his hold on me. And my father's like, "What did you say?" And I thought I swore. I had no clue what I said. And Donnie McNeese is like, "Joe, Joe, Joe." And my father, he couldn't break my father's grip. And everyone's looking, and I'm against the wall. And he's like, "What did you say?" And I'm like, "I said, I'm sorry, I'm late." And he goes, "After that." And I go, "Donnie." And Donnie's like, "Joe, I said they could call me Donnie." And he goes, "Not my son." He goes, "He either calls you Coach or Mr. McNeese." And then he finally let go of his grip on me. But and Donnie's a big dude, and right out of college, and he could not break. And that's the only time my father ever put his hands on me. And it was just, and to this day, Donnie called me probably, I don't know, 6-7 months ago. And I saw it, and I go, "Hello, Mr. McNeese."
Good move.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But yeah, no, that's the God's honest truth. And like I said, Donnie's he was a big guy. Still is.
I am sitting here in my recliner in a McNeese built house.
No kidding.
Yeah, all of the houses up here.
Wow.
Eric, your brother's house, all of the houses up here.
So he built the neighborhood.
Yeah, he built the whole neighborhood. Lincolnshire, Jeffrey, Diana, Lillian, and I believe it was a company. Was it Campanelli that built Maryland Drive and up in the circle up there? I don't know.
We're losing people with all this now, Gary.
Hey, John, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not doing a 4-hour show with you.
No, I'm thinking the same thing. So hey, Gary.
Yes.
Thank you for coming on.
Nice to see
you. Do you have
everybody.
anything you want to tell anybody about getting out to vote
on.
or standing up for anyone or holding signs or anything? You got anything?
I want to talk to the silent majority again. Get yourself and get your housemates, your family out to vote. It's the most important election we had in a long time. We can't accept business as usual anymore. And I'm not talking bad against anybody, but Canton's got to change the way it does business.
Gary, one more question.
Right. No, too late. I get rid of him.
Oh no! I need one.
Oh my God, that was
brought him back. I'm kidding.
I got one more question.
Calm down.
Jesus.
I need to know because we need you on the 8th to join the Canton Chronicle for our live coverage of the election.
Yeah, we're going to be up at Town Hall.
Will you pledge that
come
you
up and sit with us?
Give us 15, 20 minutes.
We got a van. You got to come in the van. You can sign the roof.
Well, I work on Tuesdays.
Yes.
It's election day, Gary.
Listen, we might come to you.
Yeah. Come on over to.
We might come to you.
The lodge.
You just got to come in the van and sign the van. You got to come in and sign the roof. That's it.
I absolutely, I don't know what time you're going to get there, but maybe I could do it before I go to work.
Yeah, no, I think
go.
we'll see you early.
Yeah.
We're going to be there afternoon time, but we'll be there before you go to work.
And of course I'll be looking for the election party afterwards, and
there you go. Yeah,
we can do something then.
Well, you'll be in the right. You'll be in the right
pricks
place.
and ciders inside the van.
Oh God.
Yes.
All right, Gary.
Outside of town lines.
Gary, thank you for coming on, Gary. There he is. All right, we moved. No, I don't want to ban him. Do I kick him? What do you do?
No,
you
he's
kick
in
him
the
from
green room
studio?
waiting for us. Just let's call it a
He
day.
ain't gonna wait 5 minutes. Well, we'll see. Okay, we'll wait. All right, Boozy, your turn.
Well, what do you want me to say?
Anything, because you fucking haven't said anything for the last hour.
I'm sorry.
I was eating my fries.
I was eating my fries, and then you aggravated me when you mentioned Taylor Swift again, and so I said it's best I just keep my mouth shut.
I wouldn't
Boozy-
take a shit either, Boozy.
Boozy, I want to publicly say
Oh no.
thank you for coming on the other night. Thank you for coming on tonight and helping us with the show.
You're only doing that not for me, but for Detective Mullins, who's going to literally kick your ass after the show's over. I already know
She's
it.
getting you a shirt, okay? Calm down.
Boozy,
No.
I appreciate everything you contribute to the station. I really do.
See, I know Eric is actually genuine.
I'm genuine. I'm trying to keep my numbers here instead of letting you take them with you. Okay?
John's full of shit.
No, I'm being honest. I'm trying to keep the numbers here. Look, I still got that from the other night.
Oh my God,
Still-
throw that
still
out.
sitting right here. Sitting right
Throw
there.
that out. Actually, do you want to hear a fun fact about Fireball?
God, I can't do that anymore.
Okay,
ahead.
so Dr. McKillicuddy's owns Fireball. It used to be called Dr. McKillicuddy's Fire or something like that, and it wasn't selling well, so they renamed it Fireball. But did you know you cannot get it in Canada or Europe because it has trace amounts of antifreeze in it?
What? I've been
Swear to
drinking
God.
antifreeze. That's why you got to switch to the Jack Fire.
That's whiskey based though.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay.
I'm glad you reminded me because I almost forgot.
Wait, that's whiskey based? Is that bad or good?
No, it's just a different base. So Fireball is like a liqueur, whereas Jack is, Jack is whiskey with
Eric.
sugar.
Eric, I got a whole new show idea.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, we have.
It doesn't include me, right?
No, we got a liquor expert on here. We got a liquor expert on here.
Yeah, they're trying to call me Boozy Bimbo. I know a lot of shit, okay?
My God.
Call me Boozy Bimbo. I'll
No,
show you
no,
Bimbo.
no.
I'll show you
Oh my
Boozy.
God. Oh my God. We could, because didn't Chris order a round of Fireball for everybody at the bar that night?
Ugh.
I know.
Ugh.
Goldschlager. Yeah, McDickles. I used to do the Goldschlager.
You are
I
really
used to
aging
do
yourselves.
The Goldschlager, the Aftershock, the
Alabama Slammers.
no, I used to do Zima in Shamborg over in Dedham at
that's
the
old school.
Club Hollywood. Yeah,
You can't get Zima anymore.
You take a quick swig of the Zima, and then they would pour a shot of Zamborg in Shamborg in it. Zamborg, Shamborg
It's
in it.
Shambord.
Whatever. See, well, you're the expert. You're gonna be able to give us the whole little. Oh my God, we could have a whole little drink night of you could tell us all the mixtures, because that's the other thing. Mullins loves her little sugary drinks, her espresso martinis, and all that stuff.
Who doesn't love an espresso martini? Come on.
That's the other thing. Next show, we're gonna have a word of the night, like they do on Bravo, where every time you hear the certain word, you gotta take a drink.
Wait, Watch What Happens Live?
Yes, I watch What Happens Live. 'Cause I love Below Deck. Oh my God, I missed the last season.
John.
Yeah.
You got 5 minutes and 50 seconds to wrap.
Dude, we're talking
I'm
Below
not
Deck
doing
now.
a
We're talking
4-hour
Below
show
Deck
with
now.
you.
Hey, don't cut the show off now. It's Below Deck time. No. Boozy, thank you for coming on.
Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for coming.
Boozy, can we count on you to come on? You're not every week. but
every Sunday?
Not every week, but almost. How about
What do
almost?
you mean?
almost
Why not
week?
every Sunday? She's awesome.
Because Sundays are only. Didn't you listen to her? Sunday's my only day off. That I get, and that's why she couldn't even fucking come on, because she couldn't even do her hair in time.
Literally, though.
Right.
She's pretty good without even showing her face.
I know.
I
She is.
think
She's
so
good. She
too.
keeps
Thanks,
us,
Eric.
She keeps us pretty level. So.
No, I
Yeah.
keep you on your toes.
I will put. Listen, this week I will put a poll out there, and we'll see if people like us with or without you, and we'll go from there.
No, you don't want to break your heart like that, babe.
We need a poll for this. Rosie, just let me know. We can get rid of John in 2 seconds. Not a problem.
I will say, because my screen is so small on my phone, whenever John kept flipping his hat backwards, shut up. Whenever John, it looks like you have pink hair on my phone.
Exactly.
This stupid.
Exactly.
All I know is the stupid mustache reminds me of the guy from Mall Cop. Whatever. I look like freaking the guy from King of Queens. You know?
Well,
damn, he's awesome. Too.
It's coming off in about 10 minutes. The minute I hang up, it's coming off.
That's not right.
All right, Karen likes you. All right, so there you go. Right. So,
all right, let's say goodbye.
All right. Thank you, Boozy.
You're welcome.
Rosie, thank you.
You're welcome.
How do I get rid of her? There we go. All right, there you go. She's gone. Thank God. Oh, why do I ask her on every week?
She said the same thing about you. She's like, "Thank God he's gone."
I always think she's going to help us.
Oh yeah, Kevin James. Kevin James is the guy.
Kevin James, yeah. That's what I think with
Kevin
this stupid fucking thing. But all right, so let's go through this real quick. I'm not going to play the laugh, but you know what? People donated tonight, so I want to thank everybody. Detective Mullins, thank you. Mary Malaki, thank you. Gary, thank you. La La Land, thank you. Sandy, Nana, Mary Malaki again, Haley Wolf, H Rock Doctor, you big pussy, thank you. H Rock Doctor, him and his 199s. All right, okay.
He used to be $9.99. Now he's down to $1.99.
Once again, YouTube takes almost half of that. Okay.
They got 98 cents. You got the rest. After
Okay.
tax.
So thanks, HR Rock Doctor, for a half a fucking Boston cream donut. Lizzie Bones, thank you. Kathy McCormick, thank you. H Rock Doc. Oh wait, he did $4.99 on that one. So okay, well I'll get a coffee tomorrow. No, I won't. I got to wait 15 days, don't I? Lizzie Bones, Coco, Christine Mitchell, and Richie Chainlink Schiffer. Oh, I know why he only gave me that, because I didn't even mention his fucking shop this weekend, because I didn't. This is the first show I didn't go by the script. I never looked at my script.
You never played an ad.
I didn't play an ad. I had a 10-page script that I never looked at because I got so caught up, and there it is behind me.
And here
I'm
we are,
back
4
hours later. 4 hours later, and I didn't even go through my 10 pages. I did 10 pages on a Google document that I didn't even do. Wow. Holy crap. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Eric. Eric.
Thank you.
I honestly couldn't have done it without you. You saw my 10 minutes without you. I couldn't. I can't do it.
That's a lie.
You saw the 10 minutes. What a debacle that 10-minute promo was. From now on, no more live promos.
Listen,
right?
just so you know, most people think I carried this show anyways.
Mm-hmm. You do. Go ahead, Eric. Where are you going to be this week?
This week, coming up, I can tell you where I will be Friday and Sunday.
Where are you going to be Friday, Sunday?
From 12 to 2, I'll be on the sidewalk in front of Canton PD.
There you go.
Saturday. Anybody that wants to come join us, they're welcome.
This Saturday, I'm going to be holding signs for Susan Harrington.
Yes. Well done.
I'm going to be up there. Maybe we'll be live. We don't know. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. I'm probably just going to hold signs. And, I can't handle both. But, So, but thank you. Thank you to Detective Mullins, to Boozy Beauty, to Boston.
John, we got 20 seconds to get off this
20 seconds.
show.
I'm trying to thank our mods. Jesus Christ. Did you say anything about our mods?
I love our mods.
Okay, who are our mods?
You got Boozy, you got Detective Mullins, and you got Boston Brandy.
Boston Brandy. There you go. Thank you, guys. No trolls again.
Yeah, they don't want to say hello.
They could care less about us. Hey, oh, everybody. Well, everybody. We probably have about 20 people watching us left. So
1570, just so you know.
Yeah, well, listen, I got an ending. That could piss some people off. But I don't care.
Oh, I almost left.
Yeah, I don't care. I have an ending. It's just for this week only. And because of the whole, it was because of the topic of the night. How's that? So let's play the ending and say goodbye to everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
All right, we're gonna play the trial.
Always strong, always. I will not be broken. It will not break me.
Your message for all the supporters out here.
Thank you as always. Thank you as always.